it's good to save the guy. But, yeah, you never know when you give somebody something, what's gonna happen to them. I never use that line again.
Do you have to rush out after the meeting today?
12:30,
Okay,
Oh,
I need to talk to you about 2 minutes.
in town. I'm just a few minutes away, but yeah,
Okay.
surely we won't be until past 11 or something today, right?
Before long, Scott.
Man, Wiz is like the main show, aren't they?
Yeah.
Was to come at 9 or 9:30 or?
I told them that they were on the agenda, that it started at 9. Yeah.
Scott, looking at me and Joel, getting a haircut. It's not gonna be long, listening to you. Well, there's no, they're gonna start charging you a finder's fee.
Oh.
Oh my God.
It's an extra $20.
Is it?
Yeah.
I knew it was getting more expensive. I didn't know why.
That's it.
Should've gone the other way.
You're on a roll this morning.
Well, I am, yeah.
A lot
Like I
of
said, I had a bunch of coffee this morning and now I bought some
Yes.
more. It does affect me greatly that way.
Apparently.
How's your son, by the way?
He's good. And he's back at it.
Okay, all
Is
right.
it gonna be?
Uh,
one of
good
those,
conversation,
meetings where
didn't
we
you?
Beat up on the attorneys, if so, I'll
He's like,
say, I'm sorry.
Prices.
Okay,
Mhm.
we'll say no.
We have no preconceived
Yeah,
ideas.
won't be me and you will.
Isn't it?
We won't be pictured by the attorney. will we?
No.
This was
No.
last night, this person. It's like, oh. So, you know, they kind of stay there, you know,
Mhm.
and it's just, so anyway.
Well, good. I'm glad things are better.
Yeah. Oh, why do I have bad feeling? It's not gonna be here for some reason.
Oh, I think they would let us know. I would hope,
Well, there's 5 of us, so we're good,
Turn it
right?
over to Jerry.
except that it's really important.
What is her-
Yes.
I'm like, no, I didn't know about this all this morning. Gary sent me a note. Because he sent me a schedule, it was supposed to be the final schedule, which wasn't obviously the final schedule.
Yeah,
Yes.
oh, good. I'm
Are
glad
you
you.
on?
Yes.
For something.
The two,
Because I was in Columbus.
Oh, is that why,
Wow.
what you're,
And then, I talked to Julie, she's printing off the ordinance. You guys will do the first reading for your guys' ordinance and for the 2 body units. Just the first reading. The adoption is October.
we have a chain that's out on all this.
It was on your email.
yeah, I did not print one.
I mean, what email?
That's a concept.
Yeah. What do you mean it's on your
Oh.
email?
I don't know, did that not go out to everybody, Gary?
When did you send it? What I sent?
Yeah.
That was a while back. It's from water's going over the dam and they lose it.
So
As we all do.
I'm just making sure if we're doing something as serious as a budget ordinance, and this is a work.
I did,
session, or is this a
I got it.
special meeting? I didn't think we did like stuff like this in work sessions.
Stuff like
Yeah,
what?
but you have to, otherwise you won't get your budget.
Well,
This wasn't, we had to jump ship on that.
So I want to make sure we advertise properly. Let me just check the door.
How you doing, Gary, with your thing? Looks better.
I don't have marks on my face,
Hey, that's it.
except just a big red face. It's
Oh.
supposed to be sunburned for a while from radiation and then it'll go away. Ready?
Pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
which
stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice
for all.
Sorry, I'll give you a bear. I just don't, I just didn't want to. Bear today. Okay.
And step out of the meeting formally, I'm not gonna those details, can we guide you through that?
Yeah, sure. So you have two binding units in Brown County that require public hearings and approval of their budget by county council. So after the last meeting that we had, you said Susan worked with Reed so that we get this done right. And so that's what Jerry and I have done, with the help of Julie. We had to make sure that it was advertised for public hearing today. So those two units have been advertised for public hearing. So you will open a public hearing on one unit. Ask if there's anybody who wants to speak on that budget, and then you can take a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay.
That's the ordinances, but it's Brown County Solid Waste.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing and the Brown County Solid Waste Management. Any input on their budget? How detailed do we have to go in here? Ordinance or resolution for appropriations and tax rates?
That's a different thing. This is just who you're opening the meeting for public
Yeah,
comment.
okay, so we're just opening it for solid waste. Public comment. Public out there? No public.
Do you need a motion to close the public hearing?
Make a motion to close the
I'll-
public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion closed. Open another public hearing for land and township fire protection district.
Yeah, can I, I'm just trying
You're
to,
not public.
I know, and I don't see a lot of public here, which is part of my, I just want to make sure we're doing this right. I'm trying to find the notification of this meeting
I
on
have
our
it.
calendar. And I see Gary's email to us, but no outside this room. And I just want to make sure, because we're doing some significant things here, right? And we want to operate above board. Have we advertised this properly as far as like, because I don't see it on I'm trying to find our calendar now. I didn't see it on our council page. I don't see it posted on the doors.
It's when Julie advertised all your meetings at the beginning of the year.
But this isn't a regular meeting. We posted this last year, we think,
This is the beginning of the year.
that this date would be our. Yeah, and I just actually got an text as I'm talking from someone from the public says the public calendar showed our meeting yesterday.
It did. I saw that yesterday.
So I mean, this is this kind of stuff we have to make sure we are doing properly. And I don't really understand how a new notificate. Apparently, Jerry, and Susan, the gateway notification is apparently all we have to do apparently now. And this is like some unique, weird situation with what we're dealing with, or,
It is not unique and weird.
but I mean, we don't normally do it that way. This whole year, we haven't done it that way. So what,
We haven't done what?
only posted on gateway? our
No,
meetings?
that's public hearings for budgets. That notification gets posted to Gateway. It does not get advertised in the newspaper anymore.
Or on our webpage or on the door or anything. We don't tell
Gateway.
people. They say don't tell the public other than on gateway is the rule, or
Gateway is the proper place to advertise for a public hearing.
for a budget.
Correct.
And so that doesn't mean it's all we should do though, right? I mean, you would recommend that's all we do.
What more do you want to do? You're fulfilling the statute.
What do you mean? Well, I mean, obviously, when you advertise a meeting, it's to notify the public, right?
So we're talking about a public hearing on a budget that's required to be advertised on Gateway. What more do you want to advertise?
I understand what he's saying. We should make every attempt possible to let the public know and be as open and transparent as possible. I think that's all he's saying.
That's what we always do for, shoot, we do that for meetings that are completely insignificant compared to what we're doing today. So I'm just curious why we would, it's surprised that like, it's just the ultra minimal notification for like one of the most important things we do, which is approve the first reading of the county budget. It just doesn't make sense.
But if we're complying with the law, what difference does it make?
It makes a big difference.
Well,
We
not
serve the
really.
public. We serve the public.
That's true. And this public has access. You see how much interest there is here today.
Well, to go to that, our,
Public, that's your opinion.
That's my
Opinions
opinion.
are like rectum.
Okay, it's
It's-
published on
it's
our
me.
website,
Oh, it is?
our meeting schedule, October 3rd is the meeting, Friday, so it is there.
where was that? Because the calendar showed our meeting yesterday.
It did.
Didn't show anything today.
That's just
On the calendar.
not how we normally operate.
We got our meeting scheduled on the county council site.
Ah.
Just calendar. Get it to me.
I just really don't like, I mean, you know, just because it's a state minimum. I mean, I used to have a really interesting building commissioner that worked for me, and he would say, if you're gonna build a building to the state minimum, you're building a piece of crap. And so just because this is the absolute rock bottom minimum that we should be doing doesn't mean it's the best practice or something. It's not even what we normally do for less important things. So I don't like it at all. I'm just surprised that we haven't normally advertised it like we do everything else. Sounds like there's been a little bit of confusion on the calendar. I don't know what the answer is other than just to re-advertise, but I mean, how,
To re-advertise. I thought Gary said it was on the council.
well, it's on, where is
It's on
it?
our- You go to the council and it's on our website.
You also announced it publicly at your last meeting.
Yeah,
Meeting schedule, our meeting schedule.
Yeah.
On October 3rd.
it's just, it's not on the door, it's not on the paper, it's not, you know, it's just not how we normally operate.
Doesn't need to be on the door.
Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, if you want to do just not what we normally do, it doesn't mean we put it on the door. We always put it on the door. I mean, we always put it on our website. We always tell the public, we always, so I don't know why this is some, we understand it did happen, and so we can try to justify or rationalize what's happening here by saying, oh, that's all we have to do, but it doesn't make it good practice. And so it just concerns me. I don't like it at all.
So do we want to change our procedure on such things as this? Or do we need to change our?
What I would like to see us do, I'm a broken record. Scott, I understand exactly what you're saying. I agree with you. Okay. But the day we've got business to conduct, and we need to conduct the business, does not mean that we have to go forward with what's occurred today. This is why it's absolutely imperative that we as a council board draft the governing document specifically for the council based on a 12-month calendar year cycle, and we address issues like this in writing, what our best practices are and how we conduct business. Okay. But today is not the time we had, because that is going to be quite a bit of work on our end to get that governing document with our policies in it, specifically for the council.
I agree with everything said. I'm not here, and this is nothing against at anybody or anything, but I'm not here to do the minimum required to do this council job. We are doing something for the public, and I think the public needs every opportunity possible to see our proceedings, and we need to be an open book. We need full transparency, as much transparency as possible. This particular meeting, this particular agenda item, the public review of this, we have met the state minimum. It's going to cause budget problems to delay it.
I don't think we met the state minimum. We met the state requirement. We met the law.
But
How much more
that's
than
the
law
minimum.
can you do?
Right, but there's the minimum, and then there's a good faith effort to go above and beyond that, to make every effort we possibly can to inform the public. Going forward, I would like for us to do that. If we have any kind of public notice for anything, put it on the door, put it on our
The
website.
goal would be, for as far as I'm concerned, is to try to engage the public.
Yeah.
To get them more actively involved so that we can help inform them and educate them on where we are from a physical standpoint.
When I came on council, I didn't come on council to do anything under the radar or sneak anything by anybody. I came on here to represent my district of council and be as open as and forthright as possible. So I want to make sure we're doing that.
The law is not the minimum, the law is the standard.
Right, but there's still, that's the minimum we need to do. We can go above and beyond that.
You like to say something?
I agree, but I do think that if we have policies and procedures on how we conduct our meetings, every meetings, then we won't have this situation.
Exactly.
So,
The weird thing
and
about
I'm
this
happy
is-
to work on those.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah. The weird thing about this is it's a one-off. This isn't normally, this is a very strange, this, for whatever reason, I didn't quite realize that we don't have to do all the things we normally do just for this one issue. It's just this meeting, but apparently this like rule applies.
We should have done this at our last council meeting. Correct?
Right.
And that's why it got
Right.
put here. So
And what Jim has said is it is on our agenda for the future to put it as a policy to say, okay, we'll discuss what we want to do. We didn't maybe do everything right now, we met the standards, so but we'll do it better next
We
time.
can follow our policy.
Correct.
I mean, so do we want the department heads whose budgets we are reviewing to be here? I do not see them here either. Do they know this is happening?
Solid waste and Hamlin Fire.
I mean, don't you think they would be
We just got a
here?
handle on solid waste today, so.
They're always here when we do these things. I mean, so where are they? Do they know this is happening?
Yeah, they should know this is happening. They know that there was missed the last time they put this, that we put the new dates on.
Well, not only that, but if they could have certainly reached out to any of us and said, hey, when are you guys gonna do it? But, you know, responsibility is part of theirs as well. So.
Yeah, well, it ain't a perfect solution, but it's gonna work.
Let me talk to Sandy.
So, next, did we close? Did we have a motion? and a
we
second?
closed it. Well, we closed out solid waste.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one was solid waste, correct?
Yeah, I'm open. By the way, I texted Lori Sealand, they're on their way. Which, so,
Can you call Phil Stevens and see if he can come up here real quick? Thank you. Hamilton Township.
I have to do it better than say. Screwed up because I'm the first and not the last. It's Joel's fault.
I know, he's just talks so much, he can't even get a word in.
Well, I was gonna worm the dog this morning, but no, I think that's almost that important. So. Alright. Open it. You asked for it. I'll pick on Joe, I'll pick Max. Let's jump on.
Opening this for the.
My wife said, oh, she.
What was that you had there, Scott?
I'm sorry.
What was that you had?
Get there, right?
That's,
Open area for the. Hamlin Township Fire Protection District. Let's get it right. All right, good that we're getting our act together. here.
Okay.
that's just.
Who was that from?
Described it.
Who's that from?
It's,
Okay, we'll open it for the public input. Hamlin Township Fire Protection District.
Get it?
Any input? Take a motion to close the open hearing. Closing the open hearing, any input on Hamlin Township? Take a motion to close it.
Guess we're not gonna close it.
Take a motion to close the Hamlin
Motion to
Township.
close the Hamlin.
Second.
Any seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, closed. Now we go on with the next thing, as soon as Whisk gets here, right, we're all set with that.
First reading of your budgets. So you need to pass first reading of your county budgets, right? Because you guys did not do that at the September meeting in order to stay on track and pass it at for second reading and approval, final approval at October 20th. It needs to pass first reading today. Point Jerry is here. If you have any questions on it.
They do that with all three of them, no?
Yeah, but if those people are coming because they want to hear from them.
Well, one of them does, I don't even talk the other.
We should do it.
He's got it on our own. County is 000.
Solid waste management.
Yes.
I just wanted to hear it. You said it ain't another job, it ain't no.
No, Hamlin Township's person that does theirs has another type of person.
All right, so we're gonna just read the ordinance. How much do we read?
You need your totals are for everything.
Alright.
Then Jerry can answer questions if you have questions.
All right, this is first reading, this is ordinance or resolution for appropriations and tax rates. Ordinance resolution number 2025-10-20-00. Be it ordained, resolved by the Brown County Council that for expenses of Brown County for the year ending December 31, 2026, the sums herein specified are hereby appropriated in order to set apart out of the several funds herein named and for the purposes herein specified, subject to the laws governing the same. Such sums herein appropriated shall be held to include all expenditures authorized to be made during the year, unless otherwise expressly stipulated and provided for by law. In addition, for the purposes of raising revenue to meet the necessary expenses of Brown County, the property tax levies and property tax rates as herein specified are included herein. Budget Form 4B for all funds must be completed and submitted in the manner prescribed by the Department of Local Government Finance. The ordinance/resolution shall be in full force and effect from and after its passage and approved by the Brown County Council. Name of adopting entity/fiscal body, Brown County Council. Type of adopting entity, fiscal body, County Council. Date of adoption 10/20/2025. Funds. Fund code 005, fund name Sino Riverboat. Adopted budget $0. Adopted tax levy 0. Adopted tax rate 0.0. Next fund code 0101, fund name general. Adopted budget $9,843,694. Adopted tax levy $3,250,000. Adopted tax rate 0.1801. Next fund code is 2015 reassessment, fund code number 0124. Adopted budget is $111,900. Adopted tax levy is $107,000. Tax rate is 0.0059. Fund code 0181, debt payment. Adopted budget is $1,089,575. Adopted tax levy is $1,007,000. Adopted tax rate is 0.0558. Fund code 0254, local income tax. Adopted budget $1,660,500. Adopted tax levy $0. Adopted tax rate 0.0. Fund code 0616, Convention and Visitors Bureau. Adopted budget $1,469,162. Adopted tax levy $0. Adopted tax rate 0.0. Fund 0702, highway. Adopted budget $3,570,228. Adopted tax levy $0. Adopted tax rate 0.00. Fund 0706, local road and street. Adopted budget $422,487. Adopted tax levy $0. Adopted tax rate 0.00. Fund number 0790 cumulative bridge. Adopted budget $1,133,501. Adopted tax levy $600,000. Adopted tax rate 0.0283. Fund number 0801 health. Adopted budget $665,000. $665,016. Adopted tax levy $469,000. Adopted tax rate 0.0260. Fund number 1185 jail lease rental. Adopted budget $569,000. Adopted tax levy $532,920. Adopted tax rate is 0.0295. Fund number 2391, cumulative capital development. Adopted budget is $596,692. Adopted tax levy is $919,250. Adopted tax rate is 0.0433. Fund number 2402, economic development. The adopted budget is $1,947,000. The adopted tax levy is $0. The adopted tax rate is 0.00. The total adopted budget is $23,078,755. The total adopted tax levy is $6,885,170. Total adopted tax rate is 0.3689. Questions?
I had a quick question for Jerry. I don't know if you have this document up or if there's been copies. Some of these are not tax levy funds like CVB or, CV. Says Convention of Visitors Bureau, it's the CVC. It's not a tax levy. I do see economic development with zero tax levy. Is that edit or is that a different?
The levy pertains to property tax levy.
So that's an income.
Yeah, it's income tax.
Gotcha. Okay. And then Casino Riverboat is not a property tax levy. That's why that's zero also. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That was one of my questions.
Yeah,
Because
anybody else want to see this?
that, what fund, that's a state fund, correct? Or it's, but, yeah, what I was gonna, explain the Riverboat Fund. I mean, it's a state fund that's divided among counties. So what is its classification?
Then you end up getting a portion of that, the riverboat wagering, and it's pretty much the same amount, every single year. That fund, it's any lawful purpose as far as like expenditures go. I know that you guys mentioned entities maybe spending it through there. And then another thing when you're looking at that, if I speak over, the DLGF, these, like a lot of the home rule funds, they don't really do much of a review on those. There's only certain ones that they'll do reviews for. You'll get a 1782 notice. And then we'll just make sure that they've, allocated the levies to match the plan. So you'll have time to look at that. And then also, even though you're doing your first reading, same as like the advertisement, like that caps you out what you advertise, but you guys can still tweak it as long as it's lower than that advertised amount. We don't have AVs yet for the county, which our standard practice at RFG is, and actually this came from the DLGF, as far as using like 85% of your current AV. So those rates on there they're going to be higher than what is actually, adopted.
Because as the assessed value goes up, the rate goes down.
Correct. So if we use,
Anticipating it.
if we, you, and, obviously, once the DLGF reviews it, they will have certified, AV. So the rates that are on there are they'll end up being lower, once, the budget order comes out and the DLGF reviews it.
I did see on Casino Riverboat too, zero budget.
That you guys didn't have anything in there that requested at this time. So if you,
We can
yes, if you do plan to spend, next year something pops up, you'll have to do, an additional appropriation, to fund that.
we leave that as a reserve. We don't budget it because it's like budgeting your emergency fund to pay your bills, and it's not an emergency fund.
And then on the, is this the same budget that is reflected from the last draft budget we received from you?
I wanted to show you.
I want to make sure there've been no changes since the last budget we received. And if there have, we should know about them.
Yes, here is the updated big picture, summary of, that we track, within the financial plan. There were some changes to salaries. We misunderstood some of that. So the salaries went up for,
I'd say a lot of the line items, because we didn't have stipends in there previously. So we have that's a change. And then,
the other change I got, it's at the very bottom. The other note, we were instructed to take out the HSA county share of 120,000 in the county commissioner's budget. So that was taken out as well. Other than that, that's the only changes from the last time that you guys.
The labor cost.
Just real quick, instructed to do that by who?
Me.
Oh, by you, okay. Okay, tell us more about that if you would,
That's more about what?
about why that's happening or whatever. I think we talked about it, but
Yeah,
HSA line, he said.
because the commissioners are moving in the direction to terminate HSA contributions for 2026. However, in the event, let's say they change their mind and they don't do away with the provided HSA contributions, then what they'll have to do is come back before us, and then we'll just simply make an additional appropriation. If on the other hand, though, that they do, by the end of the year, make a decision to terminate the employer provided HSA contributions, then that way we've taken that out of that line item for 2026 out of their budget. So that money cannot be used for something else. And then as far as the labor costs are concerned, the labor costs are a mirror image of what they were for 2025.
Except for the longevity.
Except for longevity. So they were at, they get $100 more for 26.
He said stipends were also,
Stipends are in there.
well, I mean, okay, so
Nothing changed.
stipends and longevity changed in.
Right. But in the work that I created,
Stipends didn't change. They remained the same as they were last year.
They were accidentally not.
But yeah, from the last document we saw, the
Yeah.
changes are
Right.
longevity,
employee
stipends.
counties identical to what their compensation was from 2025. And you have to remember that when we got the Form 1s in, some departments built in wage increases, right? So I had to go through and true it up to find out exactly where are we in. So that's what we did.
True that.
Pardon?
True that.
So the other thing was, we talked about at our last meeting, I guess CBC, and I see it's called Commission Visitors Bureau on the document, CBC here. Is that, Matt, an issue or no?
Well, I mean, we just pulled from, I guess, the
Same line item.
financial, so that it's based off of, I guess, the funds. There's no issue with.
Okay. That's, yeah, it's just a
Yeah,
language change.
no issue.
But we talked about, and I see the budget, 1.4 million for CBC. And I guess my question, did we pull the 500 out?
Yes.
Okay.
We pulled out 441.
Took the $500,000 out, But then keep in mind, we also added Parks and Rec.
That's right.
Parks and
Yeah.
Rec now is funded through the innkeeper's tax. fund.
Now, here's the, and I think we talked about this too, and Darren and Gary, I know we talked about our last council meeting. The CVC is not entirely sure how they want to handle that allocation of the budget and are leery. I'm pretty sure we talked about this at last council meeting. They want to be very careful about how they use these CVC dollars in that way. And Jim, you put a lot of work into this too, I know, kind of behind the scenes to figure out what's allowed and what's not. And it's about as clear as mud at this point, I think is a good way to describe
Let
it.
me just say this, the State Board of Accounts doesn't have any legal documentation on prohibited transactions,
Right.
nothing.
But my point is,
At this point, kind of answer your question I think
Yeah.
you're asking is, this is what we're planning on. This, our budget is the plan. We can always go back and change the budget at any time if we realize that something done can't be done.
so Jerry, I mean, just practically speaking, if this is January 1, right, when this goes into effect, so let's say between now and, the next 3 months, we decide that, we don't want to pull that 250 for Parks and Rec out of the CVC budget, because this will start coming out January 1. According to this budget, it sounds like. It would have to roll back into the general or wherever else we put it. But we're gonna have to make that decision pretty quickly here in the next couple of months.
Well, keep in mind, Scott, that if we fund Parks and Rec out of CVC, which is what it currently is,
Mhm.
if we have to pull, if we switch that, if you go back up to the top line.
Yeah.
Right, and then go all the way over where it says 2026 projected surplus deficit, right?
Sure. Yeah, yep.
Okay, so right now,
It put us at flat, right?
we're
Zero.
Just have a seat, we'll finish those.
yeah, that would
Put it right at
put some
zero.
red on the general fund for 2026.
Actually, I think what we moved of Parks and Rec was what, 205 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's whatever they
It
submitted.
was 205.
Yeah, I think it was 205. It was 20 something.
Basically, Jerry, correct me, if I'm wrong, but we basically took the line items that they had in their budget out of the general fund and just shifted it down
Right.
Yeah.
to the innkeeper's.
No,
I was just correcting the number because
Yeah.
250 was
Yeah.
mentioned. It wasn't. So I mean, we would be below the 222
Yeah,
Right.
if we had to reabsorb that, because part of what we transferred was also for the fairgrounds.
Because then the cost of living, it would have shut us in the red.
Yeah.
on the general fund.
so that move to the CVC fund is what kept our general fund in surplus, it looks like.
Yes.
Now we gotta have a conversation with WIS. $2.8 million.
And then county council budget is get down into the detail. Asked for a couple meetings in a row about where the increase of $100,000 for professional services came in. No one seems to know. I mean, we can remove that January 1 or whatever, because nobody knows what it is.
Some from somewhere.
Well, no, we've got all our historical budget in there. It's a new 100,000 and nobody knows where it came from. So I think we
My
should.
budget to your budget because I was paying Reed.
It doesn't have to come.
I don't understand all that. I mean, I just, well, it's $100,000 increase and
Well, but
it's not clear.
It's our responsibility to stay on top of that, okay?
Well, no one knows what it
Well, that's
is.
our responsibility to stay on top.
Well, at this third meeting I've asked and no one knows, so I'm wondering why it's in there. I mean,
Well, that's gonna be redefined once we,
Yeah, well, let's have to,
past October.
is this like chat?
I thought it had to do-
questions
it had
or
to do with legal.
China doing our budget for us?
I thought it had to do with legal stuff.
I mean, if nobody knows, I don't know
No,
why it's in.
no, I thought we talked about legal.
Yeah, it was.
I've never heard an explanation.
Talk about it.
We talked about legal.
Legal for what? Why do we need another 100,000 for legal?
We talked about, we have to go back and listen to the minutes.
It's for legal addition, 100,000 additional legal expenses for the council. Why would we need?
Legal, financial services, because we have a lawyer, we have a financial advisor.
We always have to have it in that budget still there in addition to 100,000. This is new 100,000,
let me pull it.
right?
Hold on.
Yeah, I got it right.
Third base.
Just gotta get my glasses.
I'd have to listen to the
You gotta
minutes.
put
We
your
had
old
full
man face on.
discussion.
Yeah, I know. All right, what am I looking for? Council.
Professional service and it's $100,000
Let me hang on.
over our historical.
Take a chill pill. In the corner. We good. Looking for council. All right. Oh, here it is, county council. All right. Yes, so we have a 31.3 travel expenses, $1,500. There's professional services, line item 35,000, 30 grand.
Which one is that for?
It says professional services.
Is that Reedy? Probably.
No, that's
It's 30 grand.
good.
It's probably Sue's.
For next year though?
Yeah, dues and such. Hang on, let me just roll through it real
We
quick.
decided not to.
Just-
take any-
And keep in mind, this is all coming out of the general fund.
And-
So we got 30 grand for professional services, 35,000 is the line item number, 37,000 dues and subscriptions, $500. Meetings, $1,500, because Gary likes a big lunch. Policy services, 5 grand. And then I think the thing that you're referring to is we've got this 30,300 financial consultants, 132 grand. Because keep in mind, we deleted that, what they call it, attrition fund or something like that.
Yes.
was about 130. Yeah, we got rid of that, so that went away. You know, and Scott, my view on this is that we've got 132 allocated. But, you know, what we have to do is stay on top of the auditor's office and understand the invoices that are coming in, so that we know where we are and what we're paying for what. Because it's like, you know, I've had conversations with, well, actually, most of you in here about, you know, and I'm not picking on you, Susan. But we're the only 7-member elected board in the county. And if each and every one of us had the discretionary authority to pick up the phone and call Susan over anything that we wanted to bring up, we could end up racking up a $60,000 bill. You with me? So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, back to this though.
So that to me, because if whatever we don't spend doesn't come out of the general fund.
So the 132, for some reason I thought it was professional services. You're saying it's financial consultants?
Yes, yeah, it's financial consultants.
So the 130, so what is that for?
Well, to me, it's, you know, it's legal.
That's not financial consultants though, is it?
Yeah, but she's.
Wait, why do we've already got, don't we have legal on there
Well, we
also?
have professional services in there. It's a little, to me, there's a little redundancy in here.
Like a lot of, like
Well, you got
132,000 in
Yeah,
it.
yeah, 30 for professional and then financial consultants, 132. So I mean, we could have cleaned that up. We could have
So
consolidated.
30 is for Susan then.
Right. Yeah, let's just.
Those are legal. Why do we have?
Well, then we got WIS and then you got Berkeley Financial. So, and hopefully we should not, because I'm really guarded with what we allocate here. In professional services.
We are somewhat playing catch up, and the plan again is what you alluded to earlier, and that after this budget closes, we go totally proactive,
And
work through everything,
And start working
find out where
on it.
everything sits,
Right.
why it's there,
Right.
and how to move forward.
Yeah.
So that's the objective.
Yeah, because what we've got to do right now is, let's get this behind us, okay? Because all this, you know, we can make changes to it. Let's get it behind us. Because the other issue Julie and I have agreed to is that we've got whatever the date is for our regular meeting in November. So it's the 3rd Monday, I think, of the month, right? I'm gonna get with Julie. She and I've got to sit down and we've got to go through fund line items and forecast how much we need to do an additional appropriation to make certain that on 12/31 of this year, there is no red ink. We don't want any red ink because it's the red ink that the S&P is looking at that causes the issues with our credit rating.
Okay, so to correct that, there will be some red because there are grants that don't come in.
Because they're on a fiscal.
Yeah, well, as long as
We're on
it's beyond our control,
Yes.
that's fine.
Beyond-
Anything within our control.
Other than that,
It
yes,
needs to be
we have to go through and make sure we have no.
Yeah, because we got the commissioner's office telling me that they are all likelihood gonna come and ask for an additional appropriation of $50K for the, I think it's the HSA. Because they're running, whatever we budgeted for 25 was inadequate. And so now they're gonna come back and say, hey, we need another 50K to fill up the buckets, so we don't write red ink for 25 and the HSA line item.
So just back to the 132K for
Yeah.
financial consultants, that is for Reedy and WIS is what you're telling me.
Yeah, well,
Is that
then
right?
if you decide to go, well, if you guys decide to go, hire somebody else.
You actually could have left it as the.
I recall the
Yeah, we got the red.
Right, we could have.
If we had left it that, you probably wouldn't have noticed it.
But remember, this is not like the budget we always have. This is new money on top of what we already do for financial consultants. So there's a lot of extra work in here, just so everyone's aware. So it's for Reedy and WIS for some future
And anyone
unknown
else.
item.
And
It's in there, but
and our legal counsel. Which is a financial service.
Right.
And it's not extra, it's not additional.
I should think 3 meetings with an answer. I mean, that's the red flag.
We're gonna look at these.
This was discussed, I think, after you left.
I've asked.
The
It's
meetings.
the third time I've asked.
All right, now on, we're in a perfect situation, we'll move it. I said, we're on, okay.
We're at the reading, are we going to approve it or are we not?
Yes, we did, read the order, did we get a motion to approve?
No.
No, it's the first reading, we don't do that.
No, you take a motion and a vote.
I motion to approve the first reading.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Scott's opposed. That's. All right. Now we can go back to our next item, Susan.
First reading of solid waste.
Oh, yeah.
And he was not available.
First reading, solid waste. It's smaller. Ordinance or resolution for appropriations and tax rates, ordinance/resolution number 2025-10-20-001. Be it ordained resolved by the Brown County Council, that's for the expenses of Brown County Solid Waste Management for the year ending December 31, 2026. Sums herein specified hereby appropriated in order to set apart from several funds here named for the purposes herein specified, subject to laws governing the same. Such sums here appropriated shall be eligible for all expenditures authorized to be made during the year unless otherwise expressly stipulated and provided for by law. In addition, for the purposes of raising revenue to meet the necessary expenses of Brown County Solid Waste Management, the property tax levies and property tax rates as herein specified are included herein. Budget Form 4B for all funds must be completed and submitted in the manner prescribed by the Department of Local Government Finance. This ordinance resolution shall be in full force and effect from and after its passage and approval by the Brown County Council. Name of adopting entity fiscal body, Brown County Council. Type of adopting entity fiscal body, County Council. Date of adoption 10/20/2025. Funds, fund code 8210, Special Solid Waste Management. Fund name, adopted budget $613,855. Adopted tax levy $352,479. Adopted tax rate 0.0195.
Is it?
Total adopted budget is $613,865. Total adopted tax levy is $352,479. And adopted total tax rate is 0.0195. Home ruled funds not reviewed by DLGF. There's a fund code 9500. Fund name is non-reverting capital improvement. Adopted budget and total is $30,000. So we good on that?
Does that include the $1 an hour raise? No. Shouldn't have told them to take it out.
Susan? Good on it?
You need a motion and a second and a vote for first reading.
We don't sign it though.
No.
Okay.
We're signing it now.
Take a motion to approve this reading.
Did we so move it?
He moved it.
Okay, second.
Let's move it up. Thank you. Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Right, passed. Another one. Ordinance resolution for appropriations and tax rates, ordinance resolution number 2025-10-20 Okay, 002. Be it ordained / resolved by the Brown County Council that for the expenses of Hamlin Township Fire Protection District for the year ending December 31, 2026, the sums herein specified are hereby appropriated in order to depart out of the several funds here named and for the purposes herein specified, subject to the laws governing the same. Such sums herein appropriated shall be held to include all expenditures authorized to be made during the year unless otherwise expressly stipulated and provided for by law. In addition, for the purposes of raising revenue to meet the necessary expenses of the Hamlin Township Fire Protection District, property tax and property tax rates herein specified are included herein. Budget Form 4B for all funds must be completed and submitted in the manner prescribed by the Department of Local Government and Finance. The ordinance / resolution shall be in full force and effect from and after its passage and approval by the Brown County Council. Name of adopting entity, fiscal body, Brown County Council, type of adopting entity, County Council. Date of adoption 10/10/2020. Funds, Fund Code 8603 is Special Fire General. Adopted budget is $111,700. Adopted tax levy is $43,463. Adopted tax rate is 0.0158. Fund Code 8691, Special Cumulative Fire. Adopted budget is $100,000. Adopted tax levy is $99,224. Adopted tax rate is 0.0306. Total adopted budget is $211,700. Total adopted tax levy is $142,687. And the total adopted tax rate is 0.0464. Okay, take a motion to approve the first reading.
Motion approved.
Second.
And seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Just to clarify for anybody who's wondering, or if anybody has any question on that, that is strictly for Hamlin Township. That is not a countywide entity. It's just the Hamlin Fire
Right.
District. So
I got a question for you.
I didn't do it.
Can every fire district or fire department do what Hamlin did if they wanted to?
They could.
Could they?
Each township could do it. The county could do it countywide. The county tried to do it one time countywide. Caused a huge kerfuffle.
Yeah, what about is there a fire department up by the Sweetwater Conservancy up where you live?
It's within Hamlin, but
Oh,
it's
rather,
yes,
That's the conservancy. That's the conservancy district, which is separate from the
Okay.
they have different
Township.
funding.
Okay.
Yes, suck the life out of us. So is that it? Next one, normal meeting.
You need closes.
Okay, we formally close the hearing.
Hearings are already done. That's the first thing done.
So we can just transition into our meeting.
Okay.
Okay, I think Tim wanted to say something. Did you want to say something, Tim?
No, I sent you guys that email yesterday. Just want you to look the email, take a position and put it on your agenda for your next meeting.
It's an email.
I sent you an email in advance, just explaining.
Did you read it?
He came yesterday.
Oh,
It moves up to all of us.
So you want on our agenda for a regular session? coming
Yeah,
up?
I would.
Monday. Okay.
hey, Tim. Tim, I didn't see the email. Did you email it to me?
I did.
What, would you look at the address you used? Because I didn't
I
receive
sent
it.
it to you personal email.
I didn't receive it. Could you double check that,
You got it.
resend it? Do you have it on your phone? Could you resend it to me so I can see what you're talking about?
I can forward it to you.
Or you got your laptop there too, either one, your phone
Or
or
any
your
of the other
laptop.
councilmen can send it to you too.
Yeah, would you just double check that correct? It's so I get your future emails.
I sent some county email.
Yeah, I'm just telling you I didn't get it. Would you just double check it? Make sure I get your emails.
Scott, he sent it to Rudds, RUDDS, at browncounty-in.gov.
It's incorrect.
Did I send it to another one?
And the other one was the same. So.
Oh, two to the same one?
Yeah.
All right, I'll
Right,
resend it.
Scott, where do you want this to go?
Just the one that's listed on the website, the
Well,
one,
just tell me
one
what-
Scott said at gmail.com.
Hang on. are. I can forward to.
Thank
Well, what's your email address? We'll just read that. What is it? The number of more.
Can we do this after the meeting?
Yeah.
We do what?
Yes.
Can we do this after the meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Kevin, good point. Thank you.
But
You'll be president next year. Okay, so we're ready for Wagner, Irwin and Shealy. That's right. One thing I want to do, we discussed having a committee to carry this forward and they're not here. Did we not discuss that, I believe? Did we ever populate that committee?
I don't think so.
Why don't we do a three-member committee? Yeah, we'll bring another chairs up so we can sit up here. Don't block the camera there. So you guys on this side, scoot down there. We'll scoot down too. So you can get, we're at the end. Jerry need to be here. I don't know.
Do you want to be here, Gary?
That's up to you guys.
Sorry.
That was close.
It's empty. It's all good. No, it's empty. It's all good.
I think we're about as tight as we can be.
Yeah, I got it. There we go.
I don't know.
If you don't see anybody in this, I don't know. We got to process this before you get it.
Well, but we're not.
Mhm.
Does this discussion need to be an executive session or are we good with open? Okay,
It's to sit and stare at it, so given instructions.
okay. I just want to make sure we weren't discussing any personal,
No, nothing.
personnel issues. Okay,
Back to my statement, we need to have a committee to carry this forward. People have said in the past, we do these things and then we don't, they fall flat if we don't carry them forward. So who would like to be on a, Jimmy's already there.
No, I'll be glad to sit.
This would be compensation and salary grade committee.
Just so I can have my hand, my neck in a noose.
Okay, so we got, who else would like to be on the committee?
This should be council.
Yeah, you might have some skills in this, Patrick, because you're all background and all that stuff.
Might as well join me with the neck in a noose.
Yeah, Patrick. You Get a third person for the committee.
Maybe you're interested in that, aren't you?
You must sound like an arrogant schmuck.
Too late.
Problem, you walk right in and said this.
I think so.
Smoke is getting.
Would you like to be asked to be on that?
Yeah, really.
Okay.
Jim, would you please be on that committee?
Thank you.
You can join us with our heads in a noose.
If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve.
We'll give you a name tag and a good name. We'll decide what the name is. Yes.
It's meant to be like.
You want to sit next to
Let's just maybe.
No, it's Nick.
No, it's not good. Not good.
That's why we could. Something. And we decided we threw in that extra 100,000. Yeah.
Close.
They're in kindergarten when you go.
So does that work? I think all that, but I. Okay. So did we get a third person? Yeah. Who's Jim? Okay, so the committee is Judy. Patrick and Jim. All right. All right. Gentlemen and ladies. Good news first. Okay.
I do well.
We got 3, Padres 1.
It's what I expect you can have cup stuff if you want.
Yeah. Absolutely no wild card last night.
Okay, we've got a lot of information here. I'm going to present this in two parts. One is the report that summarizes this project in detail about how classification system together. And then secondly, we have spreadsheets and analysis. We will go over each one of the job listings and the things, job salaries and some options for council. Like to go through this report first. And and we expect a lot of questions. I'd like for you to think about holding it until the end. If you got them, jot them down as you go. I think some of them may be answered as we move through the process. So with that, I'll just jump right into this report. I'm going to read everything verbatim, but pretty well cover everything that is in it. Start out with the introduction about how we came to conduct this job classification compensation study for Brown County, with the project objectives being reviewing the history and administration of existing structure, looking at past policies, practices, and procedures, preparing job descriptions using job questionnaires that were sent out to all existing employees and departments, preparing draft job descriptions, returning those, and they were signed off on by elected officials, department heads. And as you recall, this step is already gone. The council has adopted the job descriptions as the official set of descriptions for the county. So those descriptions were then used to classify and set factoring points for every job in the county using the factor recognition system job classification, which we're going to go into some detail. The fourth step was conducting an internal salary analysis where we did compare factor points assigned to each position to the current pay rates that are being paid to those positions to identify any pay inequities within the system itself internally. And secondly, conducting an external salary analysis, comparing it to salary survey data that was collected for this study and making recommendations for the classification for each labor markets and the classifications of been long. 6, conducting a Fair Labor Standards Act analysis of each position designated as excluded, exempt, and non-exempt under the federal wage and hour regulations. This has been done. This is adopted. Again, we put that to the forefront of some of the issues that we're having regarding the classifications and the proper treatment of the jobs. So this is already done. Council's adopted both the job descriptions and the FLSA designations. So this piece has passed. So now we're taking that as a building block to go ahead and finish both looking at the salary piece, and then we've also conducted a snapshot survey of benefits that are provided to other public employers to show comparable paid leave time, health insurance costs, contributions made by employees of the employers and the employees. It's a snapshot. It's not a deep dive, but it'll give you a thumbnail sketch of where you compare to others with respect to the benefits. By and large, most public sector local employers, counties, cities, towns are pretty similar in the kind of benefits that you provide. I don't think you're going to see anything too drastic there that would influence the overall study. Now, as background, it's kind of a prelude to the restoration. That you'll get a further explanation from my esteemed colleague Lori.
past several years, Brown County has used an unnamed pay schedule to set salaries for county employees. Interviews with county officials, it was reported that the original pay schedule was contrived by simply listing each annual salary paid to every employee from the lowest to highest salary, and then a rank order number, 1, 2, 3, 3, 35. The number assigned to each salary became a pay grade. There was no criteria or definition of the pay grades other than the salary paid to the employees. The grades have no definition at all. You can't tell, you can't explain a 1 from 7 to a 14. We've become accustomed to, is that a 4? Lori, tell me, would you put that as a 9 or is this a 12? Related to what? There is no foundation other than the salary. So if I can paint a picture, we want to be in a position to be able to then justify the classifications if it ever was to be called into question. So given that these pay grades were just slotted, what we resolved, what has happened, there's been carve outs then for things other than the pay and the grade, such as stipends. But there's some 35 pay grades right now. There have been some carve outs for the highway. They just kind of added and slap a number on that. That's highway, you know, or another one you slap out, oh, that's law enforcement. But they've just been slotted in there with a number that related to nothing other than where they fit in terms of this rank ordering of salaries. We don't want council to ever be in a position where you're called in to question over a pay issue. And you're having to say, what's the difference between a 7 that's paid 34/7 and a 12 that's paid 41? Explain it.
Okay.
Well, that was there before I became council. I can. Well, did anybody explain to you when you came on the council what that was and how that came? No. So my client says that their job is equal to this one that's higher. Can you explain why you're paying them differently? No. That's the problem. And that's the problem if you continue to use this pay grade, these schedules. We as consultants have no authority to make you do anything. We can only provide you with our best assessment of where we see this system as it is and provide you with some guidance to move and change to do a system differently, with a structure and with a path. We're looking at jobs that need to be reclassified. But look at jobs that evolve and change and a way to point factor and make those changes to the position. The position, not the employee, the position. And too often what we hear, what we see is, I'm going to use this person. So now we've devolved and this argument ends up being without any criteria. Now we're creating employees. Susan versus Joe. I know my job's worth as much as that. Well, how do you know that? Well, I know what they do. I'm an expert about what's going on across the hall. I went to high school with that idiot. He's taking more money than I am.
That's the basis of our salary.
You summed up very nicely.
Mhm.
So we end up unfairly putting our employees in a situation where we're debating them and not what the worth of the job is to the county. The worth of the job. What's it take to recruit and hire someone to perform the duties? And are all jobs the same? No, some require more education. Some require more skill. No, they're not all the same. We tend to look at, we want to be fair. And oftentimes I hear this in councils all the time. We can't make everybody happy. But boy, we sure try. And by that, I mean, we're looking for exceptions. How can we make it a second exception to make this one happy? And too often we see these decisions where we've got the employee sitting there in front of the council. I'm going to lose this person if you people don't take care of them, making it personal. It's not personal. The other thing that's happened here is that not being able to move from grade to grade, now we've additionally come up with a creation to add stipends as a way to provide some employees with extra money. Now, cited in the report, the standard definition of a stipend is a fixed sum of money given at regular intervals to provide financial support for specific work or training related expenses such as housing, food, or travel. Unlike a salary, a stipend is not tied to hours worked. The use of stipends in Brown County has been extended far beyond this standard definition and now represents a significant amount of add-on pay. Again, we could not identify any standard and customary methodology being used as a basis for creating these employee stipends. The lack of standardized and defined pay system is the primary reason for doing this study. And I think that's why councils, many of you around this table, like, Jesus, we need some structure. We need some definitions as to how we move forward.
That stipend definition seems really narrow, but that's just my opinion. I mean, if it would have the actual expenses to get a stipend, that just seems super narrow, right?
We go ahead and talk about how there are certain customary things that have been added in the public sector for stipends. That's a little later in the report, but I'm going to get to that. But the customary definition, it's a nominal amount for some things. And it's not intended to be used as a replacement for things that you do in your job.
Yeah.
Are we buying this pizza by the slice, or are we buying the whole pizza? And our job descriptions were written to cover all of the pieces. We weren't pulling out pieces for, okay, you're in a support position in an office and you do data entry, but we're going to give you data entry money as a stipend. It's already in there. We're not going to give you extra money to do vaccinations on, you're a nurse. You do, that's part of the job. We're not going to give you a stipend for driving the truck. That's driving the truck. That's the job. So some of these things have been kind of diced and sliced to service those add-ons. We're going to go into a little more detail on that later in the report. So given this situation, what we have done, and you'll find this study is grounded in the Department of Labor's, what they call factor evaluation system of job classification. All Brown County job descriptions will point factor using FES guide charts by job category. This point factoring process provides for reliable methodology for improving points that are point factored very close in total points into a classification level to ensure that all jobs in that cluster have the same salary or hourly rate. The positions in the county are now grouped into classification levels within the FES system by job category, excluding SO, special occupations category. The foundation of the analysis will explain that. So after doing the factoring, we've established internal base salaries for what's called the COMET category, the labor trades and craft or LTC category, civilian coal, that's protective occupations, law enforcement, PAC categories, professional, administrative, and technological. And then we've also surveyed the market for each one of those categories to drive an external comparison to what those jobs are being paid in other, amongst other public employers primarily. But going forward, this system will provide council with a structured way of classifying and moving jobs, accommodating new jobs that come along, factoring them into the system the same way that you did the first one, using your committee as a subcommittee to review these things in a systematic, procedural way so that we're not just knee-jerking decisions every council meeting like Chinese water torture whenever somebody brings something, week to week, month, come back next month, kick it down the road, say this again, rewrite this, we'll look at it again, and we're going to spend an hour and a half talking about it in our work session and another hour talking about it in our public meeting, and then we won't quite have it yet, but we're going to make a decision 3 months from now.
You watch our meetings?
Yes. Yes. He does.
That was perfect.
That's a good test. I did in my workshop the other day at AFC, I've become addicted to commissioner and council meetings.
Seriously.
Not just yours, and it's better than reality TV. I laugh, I cry, I scream. It takes in, and they'll tell me, I thought you swore off that county. They sucked me back in. I had to watch it. Get a new actor. Cause what happened to the old 911 for he got fired? Oh shit.
9 o'clock at night, he'll send the YouTube video, but luckily he's already watching it. He'll say, skip forward to
1 hour, 32 minutes, 5 seconds. That's what he wanted. It's terrible. It's terrible. Yeah, I do watch. I do. All the time. I've told Susan dozens of times you're underpaid.
With that said, he's not the only one watching. So's the State Board of Accounts and other ones I've learned.
Look forward. Now, on page 4 at the top, we've recited the Indiana Code, the county council, finding a new page. Under the Indiana Code 36.253, council is granted power for fixing the number of officers, deputies, and employees. So that's yours. Describing and classifying positions and services. Adopting schedules of compensation and hiring or contracting with persons to assist in the development of schedule. You've done that. You describe the jobs by having new job descriptions prepared, not classified, and as an extension, you can now use that to set pay. Now, typically, everybody wants to jump to the pay part without having gone through the other steps to get there. And that's understandable. Houses, what's the bottom line? Everybody, what's the bottom line? How much it's gonna cost? The bottom line is gonna be represented. It's data. It's not gonna change. What you're gonna have to look at is targets. Can we do this or not? If not, how far can we go? But it's better to have a target than just to be sitting there kicking can down the road and back to, I think it's a 7 or it's a 9, or let's just give them a stipend. Council's job is to define the elements of the pay plan. And apart from legal requirements pertaining to compensation like overtime and minimum wage, equal pay, the elements of that pay structure are council's to just, that's your job as a council. Now, in watching all these YouTube meetings, I draw this conclusion. I have found no council person in Indiana who's ever gone up and told the circuit court judge how to do their job. None. However, or the prosecutor, or the sheriff, they don't tell them how to go run their offices. There's no shortage of people telling the council how to pay them.
And
Everybody's an expert on your job. This flips it. If you adopt this classification, is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. Are there going to be changes? Sure, there's going to be changes. But you're in charge of your classification system. So you establish, and you have to, your committee, some rules to follow. So you have guidance you can provide the elected official department heads on how to make requests. But by and large, you're making your decisions based upon a foundation of job descriptions that have been developed from each one of those departments. They had input in. This isn't done in a closet somewhere. We didn't just invent your job descriptions and say, here they are. They came from your employees. Your employees filled out questionnaires. They answered those questionnaires, and it wasn't just the duties that they listed on there. There was a series of questions that talked about the education requirements, the responsibilities that are part of the job, the physical effort that's put into the position, the work environment, all those things. Those pieces also are important in terms of how the jobs end up getting back.
Was that information taken as, was that the sole input of that, or was there other data to back that up?
Well, that information was taken in terms of.
And you'll probably answer that later if you answer it later.
No, that's a good question. In terms of verification, we know, well, we've also done 70 some other counties. So we know what they do in the others. So we've got a lot of backup data in terms of how those jobs are described in other places. Well, why don't you just take those and give them to us, and that will be done. Some counties are specialized and bigger. So it's not one size fits all, even though the basis is there, because there is the structure. The state of Indiana decides what the statutory requirements are for the duties of each office and department. So that's standard. That's a backup. So we know what that is. And we also know that by being a creature of the state, the county has to perform certain functions. So when we see reclassifications and people go, well, I need to create and do this. Some of these jobs are standardized. It doesn't call for a lot of creativity doing something new and different. This isn't the private sector where you're trying to bring out a new product. we're performing duties that are pretty well set and prescribed by the statute. So that is the backup. Now, as I said earlier, the FES system's been around. It was developed for public sector organizations. State of Indiana has been using it for forever. Well, since the 70s. So most of the cities and towns in Indiana that have classified the jobs follow the use of this system, even though, again, different employers are different composition in terms of their workforce. State of Indiana used to, maybe less now, but they used to have about 36,000 employees. They use the same system. And you also will see it in a little town of 20 employees, same system. Looks, the basics are there in terms of how you point factor the jobs, but obviously the numbers are different in terms of employees and the numbers of different jobs that you have. So installing this system begins with collecting the job information, writing the job descriptions, classifying, factoring, and then conducting the wage analysis. Those job descriptions, as a reminder, filled out and completed and signed off by the employee and the department head and elected official. On the questionnaire itself, this is a fair and accurate statement of what what the duties are and what the responsibilities are, and it was signed and dated. Lori and her team, they drafted the new job descriptions in draft form, returned them with the information that was provided. And again, there was a sign-off form that said, this draft is an accurate and fair statement of what the job is, with or without revisions. And if there were revisions, we incorporated them within job description. That was signed off on by the employee and the department head or elected official. So it's been through those two processes. And we made the point, and we make it every time we do on these projects, that sometimes heavy amnesia sets in and it's terrible that it happens. We make the point that you need to take this seriously, and you need to make sure that you have included everything that in your job description, particularly the most important elements. But at the end of these processes, and it's again understandable when people, well, I think my job ought to be classified high. The consultants missed the most important thing that I do. Missed it. We weren't taken into account. Have we ever missed anything? Yeah, we have. The most important thing that you do in your job, nothing. There's a question in the questionnaire that says, well, what's the most physically demanding part of the job? What is the most mentally demanding part of the job? What is the highest decision you can make on your own without having, there's all these kinds of checks within the system. So again, she's used to Chinese water torture because people are, well, I have to quit my job to get more money. That's the wrong question. We're looking at the job, not the person. We're not here just to try to get someone a raise. And we don't know who these people are. We're not influenced by friendships, politics, who put up the most yard signs for me in the last election. We're not, that doesn't filter with us. And so we factor these jobs and use what's already been adopted as part of this whole point factoring process. On page 5, you'll see some of the definitions of what is in the job description other than the duty. You've got the job requirements, you've got skills, knowledge, difficulty of work, responsibilities, personal work relationships, physical effort, work environment. Those are all described in these job descriptions. So we've used that, and we've used that to factor the positions. Besides setting your job descriptions have some other utility. other than just classification purposes. They should be used to identify issues that revolve around ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. If we have to make an accommodation or we need to under ADA, we make it using the job description. Family and Medical Leave Act, same thing. So the job description describes what the person's doing. That job description ought to be going to medical providers when there's a question over whether someone is eligible for FMLA. So there's utility in the job description other than just study pay. And they've been used already here for those purposes. Performance evaluations, another thing you're going to get into with the job description would be the foundation from which you would make those evaluations. Now, page 6, we listed here what the main job categories are. So the first group is called COMET, Computer Office Machine Operation Technician jobs. These jobs usually require on-the-job training and knowledge, basic office skills. Most of the work is primarily done in offices, requiring a minimum high school diploma, may require extended education. They're administrative support positions. They usually work under the direction of a elected official or a department head. And some of the jobs that you have here there's some examples in Brown County are deputy clerks, the probation officer assistant, victim assistant. So the deputies in the offices are in the COMET jobs. And there are COMET jobs that go throughout the various county offices. Unlike the labor, trades, and craft jobs that are primarily concentrated in the highway department. And these jobs involve skills and knowledges that are usually learned on the job with your experience. Some require special certifications like a CDL, training. You have both skilled and unskilled labor and trade positions. They're often manual work, varying amounts of physical strain and effort. Again, that's weighted higher here in these labor, trades, and craft jobs than it is a common job that's in an office or a professional job. Those jobs aren't really intended to be doing a lot of heavy lifting. We don't. So the jobs in this labor, trades, and craft category are the heavy equipment operators for maintenance technicians, mechanics, truck drivers. They fall within this category. Then we have protective occupations and law enforcement. Again, primarily the sheriff's department. Got your deputies. You've also got your jail officers, and you have what we've broken them into a couple of categories: civilian poll and merit poll. Merit poll, by the way, are those are deputies that are sworn officers, been through the academy, and some of the job titles here: captain, detectives, lieutenants, and you get into your regulars, your animal control officers, classified in poll, jail dispatchers, 911 director or assistant director, and assistant jail commander. These are in protective occupations in a category in of itself. Then we have what's called the professional, administrative, and technological category. These are path jobs. Now, they normally require a baccalaureate degree or equivalent training and experience in a professional level position. They're performing application of professional principles, development of policies, procedures. These are people who are in supervisory type positions. And it's for highly technical positions. What we're looking at here in terms of the county, your GIS person, your IT support tech, a nursing supervisor, zoning inspector. These are in what they call the path jobs. Then finally, we have the department head level of executive positions that are in charge of directing and implementing major programs. And they're responsible for managing major departments or offices. Elected officials aren't classified in this, they would be if they weren't elected. But these are the non-elected executives or department heads. Here we're talking about the park director and health administrator, or services director, relating this executive category. And finally, we've got a group that we've set aside special occupations, and they're there for all kinds of different reasons. One being that like probation officers, attorneys, chief deputies. But we can explain it in more detail, but they don't fit in with any of the others. And so they're segregated out and treated a little bit differently.
You say no elected officials are included in the whole study or?
No, they're included in the salary piece. They're just not classified. We didn't have job descriptions. We don't factor them like we do the other non-elected positions.
He said if elected officials were classified, they'd be under the executive.
Yeah.
Right.
If-
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah. So on page 8, after the job descriptions were written, each job description was evaluated and factored by a factor team. Us, Lori, and a couple other people took each job description and point factors individually and then collectively with the guide charts that are part of it. And each one guide chart factors are for LTC, Comet, Pat, and Cole. And this is what those guide charts for each one of those, each one is separate. Each one is different in terms of their points. But the definition of what they measure in terms of job requirements, it measures the level of knowledge and skill required to perform the duties of the job. So in the system, it's kind of built in. You can't have someone that has standardized, routinized duties requiring them to have a CPA. Work in the treasurer's office. It's not justified as a job requirement. So the system has checks and balances itself. The second factor, difficulty of work, measures the complexity and intricacy and the mental demands or judgment required to perform the job. Responsibility, it measures the assistance and control over the position. How much authority does the person have to make decisions? How much independent thinking or independent judgment is applied to the job? And what are the checks over that? What's the consequence of error? What's the most serious error you can make? Personal work relationships has to deal with relationships that the employee has in the performance of their duty. Are we giving and receiving information that is factual? Or are we leveling up to not only that, but we have to explain how to use that information? Or are we in a job that requires problem solving? I'm a problem solver. I'm not just giving and receiving information. I'm also having to explain and try to convince you to go in a certain way, or you better pay your taxes, or this is going to happen. Not just, here's the tax form, go throw it out. But here are the consequences if you don't do it correctly, as an example. So that's what those guide charts measure. So we go back to what's a grade 7 versus an 18. Here, you're going to be able to tell what roots that job in the classification is the point factor. You just can't be, well, I just have to move mine over here. Well, wait a minute. No. And each one of these categories, LTC, Pat Poll, the points are not comparable. You can't compare a truck driver's job to the deputy in the assessor's office. They're in 2 different categories. The point, well, they've got 340 points and this one does. You can't compare them. They can get there the same way. The factor charts are different for the highway jobs, the LTCs. They're different for the law enforcement. They're different for the professionals. So that's really, I think, the heart of the system in terms of why it was developed originally, was so that we're comparing like jobs with one another. And we have a standard then of which we can measure, and we're not trying to guess, how do you pay the highway guy compared to, but right now you've got things all kind of mingled together and you can't sort it out and there's no criteria. So, and the guide charts here for the executives, a little bit different than the others, but they measure knowledge and skills, the impact of the work, the complexity, difficulty, and the relationships that are part of the job. So now we've got the jobs factor. We've got total points assigned to each job. Now these factoring sessions, we'll spend over a day or 2 just on comments. This isn't done in 5 minutes. And the people don't always factor this. So we reach consensus over the factor. We go back, we have a list on our board of the factors as we start out factoring these jobs. And we'll go back after we've done 7 and go, wait a minute, you gave that guy this one really belongs, it's closer to that. So it's refined as we go along. So, but at the end, you have a rank order structure of the jobs that are factored lowest to highest. So in the comment category, here on page 9, you'll see, you'll have jobs that are factored 395 points and below. That's comment A. Comment B are those jobs that were total factors of 400 to 495. And comment C, 500 points and above. So there's 5 different guide charts of which the job was factored. You add them all up, they end up with a total. And that total then puts you into a classification level. Same thing for labor, trades, and crafts, only there's an addition, there's 4 levels here. Civilian poll, there are 3 levels. The path, there's 3 levels of path. In the executives, there's 2. And in the merit poll, there are 4. And it follows the rank structure that is in place in the sheriff's department. So that's how that lays the foundation then for.
Sorry about that. Ooh, let that dog.
No, all right. Now, we made a few, if I may veer off for a second, we made a few internal findings and recommendations. One is Indiana timekeeping requirements. It's apart from the classification of jobs, but it's a pay issue nonetheless. It was reported that some positions that are paid a salary are not required to track hours worked each work period. Under Indiana code, the timekeeping requirements, it requires that all public safety, and public sector employees, except elected officials, maintain time records showing which hours were worked each pay day by officers and employees, both full and part-time. These records are subject to audit by the State Board of Accounts. Just because you're exempt under the FLSA doesn't mean you're exempt from timekeeping requirements. You still have to maintain time frames. Now, in the private sector, that's different. If you're exempt in the private sector, you're not subject to ghost employment laws. But in the public sector, we can't, or the auditor can't pay somebody for working on Friday if they didn't work on Friday, if they were scheduled to work on Friday without taking paid leave, one of the available paid leave policies that we provide. So all employees except elected officials need to keep track of time. Merit, another finding, the merit deputy matrix. During the department head interview, it was reported that the sheriff would like to establish a matrix for all merit deputy positions. This is a common practice theme proposal by all Indiana sheriffs. And we have provided a matrix option for those merit positions using the external survey midpoint base salary to do that. So the proposed matrix is based on rank and longevity and establishes pay equity within the classification. It's an option, but that was something we were asked to look at. We did. Longevity pay. The payroll information provided by the county shows inconsistencies in the longevity pay policy. According to the 2025 county salary ordinance, you've authorized longevity bonuses to certain employees and elected officials in accordance with the resolutions that you passed. We've restated resolution here, and the inconsistencies that are noted are at the bottom of page 11. With the public defender, hire date of 4/13/22, longevity rate of 33.32, and a public defender with a hire date of July 29th, 2022, with a different longevity amount. This veterans officer with a hire date of 22 with a different amount. So there's some, we don't know what the explanation is, but there are some inconsistencies here. There's also some examples of employees inheriting longevity pay of the individual that had previously held the position. And that happens. Well, that was in the payroll system and they did, well, I don't want to take it away from them because they're back to the person and not to the job, or the policy. So one was the IT director and 911 communications. So those need to be looked at, recommending that they be adjusted and just simply follow the policy, what it is. Nothing more, nothing. Now back to Scott's stipend question. Couple things here. From our review of these stipends in your payroll information, stipend amounts range from $923.04 to $13,054. That's not minimal. That's not nominal. Out of the 121 employees, 68 or 66 employees are receiving stipends. During one department head interview, it was stated that the council has had a past practice of rolling previous year's stipends into the next year's base amount and then embedding the stipends in the salary calculating next year's pay raise. In other words, the employee with a 2025 base salary of 45,000 with a $2,500 in additional stipends would receive the annual salary of 2026 increase based upon 47,500, and the $2,500 stipend would again be reapplied to the salary. During our interviews, we asked department heads to define what constitutes the need for a stipend. And here's what the responses we received: serving on call, Department of Corrections additional stipend, data entry, meeting attendance, health families initiative. Now, again, I'm only speculating, but I'm guessing that, you know, without a method for changing pay grades, stipends were kind of a creation to look at a way to make some pay adjustments.
What about certification? I know in the assessor's office, they get up for certification.
That's in the law.
That's law.
That's a certification, not a stipend. That's a certification.
Okay, good to clear.
We did pay a stipend though for that certification.
Yeah.
You're required to.
Yeah, but I'm saying that was,
Yeah.
yeah, that was.
Now,
Meeting stipends are.
as I mentioned earlier, we point factored these job descriptions, and these duties included these items. They were part of the job description already. And the compensation is figured into the analysis.
Would you say that again? These,
These,
So things such as animal control, serving on call. That's a duty of the position.
Yeah.
So that was considered in part of the factoring. And where we got the classification level that the salary would go. We would not have an additional stipend for serving on call when that's your duty.
And you're talking about going forward as opposed to what was.
Yes.
going
Right,
forward.
that's-
Going forward,
Yeah.
not what you're doing right now.
gotcha,
Yes.
thank you.
so at the bottom of page 12, in some public organizations, the use of stipends has been narrowly extended to include nominal compensation for the performance of unrelated additional duties. For example, a teacher may receive a stipend for serving as the basketball coach. You'll see this in schools all over. They'll have a pay schedule. The teacher salary is the teacher salary, and your coach, well, you get a stipend on top of that to do that one thing. If you don't coach, it goes away. So it's for a specific additional unrelated to your job duty. Or you may get additional money for tutoring, additional in your regular day, or leading a school play. Law enforcement jobs are the most common to have small stipends for such specialized roles such as canine handling, SWAT, firearms instruction, forensic science. And typically what we've seen, it's not even called a stipend, it's usually called tech pay for police and public safety type jobs.
That's what we've done in the
Yeah.
sheriff's department is there's up to 5.
Right,
Yeah,
right. So
so-
there's up to 12 you can possibly be certified in, but we're limiting it to 5 or 6, whatever it is.
In my career, because I was a sheriff in Marion County, I ran the medical department. So I got, before I got promoted, technical sergeant pay. I assume that's what you're referring to, until I was able to make merit sergeant.
Mhm.
So that's exactly what you're discussing here,
Exactly what we're
correct?
discussing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing to do or not a good thing to do?
I think it works in public safety.
Mhm.
It has to be well-defined. It shouldn't be a gift. It shouldn't be for favoritism. I've seen it in places where they may have 6 or 7 for one guy and one guy gets none. So I think it has to be administered fairly, but that's on the sheriff or whoever's in charge to do that. but I think the structure ought to be, it ought to be defined. Like any stipend, I think the council ought to be defining what it is they're paying for.
Right.
And no more, no less. And this is where commissioners, council kind of meld together in terms of authorities and responsibilities. I think, given the paid leave time and the things that go in the personnel policies, there's nothing wrong with including those and appending those into your salary ordinance. So that it's clear. We're on the same page. This is how many paid days you're getting off. It's here. This is how we count overtime. It impacts that. There's a lot of this that's just hidden that we really don't realize. And sometimes these things just pop up. How did that end up costing so much? Well, there's these hidden costs. Changing a schedule sometimes causes a change in your overtime calculations.
I have one more follow-up on that. So those technical positions, those are at the pleasure of the sheriff. So I don't think I would want to get into the situation, what you're just talking about. You're made a technical sergeant, say, for whatever reason, and then circumstances changed. So you wouldn't keep giving them and keeping them at their rank because they should know going in that that's not a permanent thing. You're at the pleasure of the sheriff, and that would satisfy what you're talking about. Is that correct?
As long, my view, policy and the procedure ought to be memorialized in your salary ordinance. How the sheriff administers, that's his call.
So that at the pleasure of would be up to the sheriff. Or would we get right back into the stipend situation? You can never take it away.
I think it ought to be such that it's well defined. And I know in Vigo County, the sheriff had, it's like 6 or 7 different tech pays that were allowed, but you could only get 2. Even though you may qualify for all of them, you can only be paid for 2. So that was memorialized in the salary ordinance, just so the council knew what they were getting. So you have some control over your budget in terms of how much you're putting into this tech pay or these stipends. There's a limit to this stuff. And I think given that kind of guidance, fine. But there has been, and I dare say, there has been some sheriffs who have inserted paid leave in their merit rules that extended way more vacation time, way more sick time, personal days than all the other county employees got. Without the merit rules don't provide for the sheriff to provide benefits.
Gotcha.
But there have been, well, that's the way we've always done it, excuse, answer, but that's not necessarily just. Okay, so here in the merit poll positions, you've got instructor certifications, college credits, military experience, additional certification, limited up to 6. If it's working, we're not saying if there's something's working, we're not saying, fix it. We just think you need to have it clearly defined so that the fiscal body understands how these dollars are being spent. That's no more, no less. The FLSA review, I've already covered that. This is something you did early on in terms of getting the jobs assigned to one of the 3 classifications: excluded, exempt, and non-exempt, with non-exempt being eligible for overtime. The other 2 are not, basically. And I think given that, Experience we've had collectively, I think that should be a thing of the past, hopefully not gonna work. Cubs win. Uh, The external analysis. Page 14.
It's not many.
Okay, what we have done, in conducting an external salary analysis, we've taken selected benchmark positions from your jobs, and job categories you suffer with, and have collected survey data, from other employers. We have surveyed 14 other counties. We have surveyed 5 cities or towns. We've also got our own database, and we have statistics from supplemental sources. But primarily, these come from other public sector entities. You'll find that the counties are your neighbors or like-sized counties, comparable sounding counties. We've also considered, where do you recruit your employees? You're not recruiting your employees from Chicago. You are recruiting them from a labor market, probably a 30 to 40 mile range of Nashville. Driving range, at least for the common and the labor trades and craft jobs. Some of the professionals, you may have to go beyond that to get, where is, you're at. We can't pay what Monroe County's paying. We know. We can't pay what whoever, we're also not looking at paying what the lowest guy's paying either. So what you see here, we're not looking at the highest paid or the lowest paid. We throw them out. We're looking at the middle 80% of the data. So the top 10% of the data gets lopped off. The lowest is lopped off. So we're dealing with the middle 80% and deriving what's called a midpoint pay line externally.
And for you guys, there were times when I even had to shift that middle 80%, and I may have lopped off the top 15% and the lowest 5%, just because those top numbers were so high. So when you're looking at this, keep in mind that it's a middle 80% that we're looking at. And in some cases, Monroe County may not have been the absolute highest. They may have been more in the middle. So it's not necessarily, I looked at all these salaries and then just wiped Monroe County out because they're in the top. It's not. It's hundreds of salaries for all these different positions put together, running another analysis and cutting that off. So not, like Kent said, not the highest numbers, not the lowest numbers.
And the salary line is a collection of thousands of salaries from hundreds of different jobs. It's not a direct job match. I can find somebody making more than me. We all can. It's not that. It's not a direct job match, but there's enough similarity between counties in particular to make some pretty close comparisons. And we know that on elected officials, we can do a direct job match, which we provided you with that information. But that is elected officials. That's entirely a political decision in terms of how you want to treat those salaries. Some want to be the leaders, some say, no, we're here to serve, not get rich. Nobody's getting rich in Indiana. Public elected official, I know that. But the salary line is not a direct match, but it is an average of those salaries that were part of the data. I'm going to skip page 15 because that's going to be part of the analysis that Lori's going to show you. Then I'm going to jump to 16. Talk of just again, the elements of a pay structure and how much weight the council gives to looking at, and there's some of the terms of the internal pay equity, how we're paying internally, jobs compared to one another within the system now, just salary rates. External pay equity, that's the relationship with jobs in the external market. Where do we want our employees to be paid in relationship to the external market? What do we need to pay to attract and retain quality employees? And each one of the categories is a little different. You may be, if you're having a lot of turnover, that may be an indicator that we're not being able to attract people to their jobs. But if not, that's another question. Longevity pay, rewarding employee for time. Technical pay, again, I think that's more of a sheriff thing, public safety. It's just the terminology, it's not particularly quote a stipend. There are performance pay, and there's an issue. In our view, you need to lay the foundation and get base pay straight and your schedule straight before you start thinking about anything else like performance pay. And if you go to performance pay, I would highly recommend that be an add-on pay, not rolled into the base pay where other new employees are going to inherit performance.
Absolutely.
money.
Yeah.
So it's always going to be an add-on. I would say the same thing for longevity pay, just to keep it straight. It goes with the employee.
Yeah.
Maintaining the classification system, again, it's important to have a committee. It's important to have a review process and procedure. We will give you a maintenance program with policies and procedures for you to adopt and follow. And then having that in place, you're in a position then where you can respond more effectively, efficiently, and I think rationally to requests. And at the end of the day, today, we drafted, gave Susan a copy of an ordinance. But I think your next step, or should be considered, not 10 months from now, adopting the system. I'm not saying the salaries. I'm just saying adopting the system, the grades and the classifications, so that that's the foundation then for what you do with salaries. Get that nailed down, because from this day forward, we're not able to talk about what a 17 is or a 13 or a 12. It's the eraser.
Take the eraser, put it through your forehead, your ear, up your nose, wherever you need to put it. Erase the numbers 1 through 35.
Amen.
If once we adopt this system going forward, there are no more 1 through 35. You saw in the classification levels, I changed it to A, B, C, D, so that I'm not even receiving phone calls anymore saying, this is a 9, make it an 11.
You should, in my opinion, you shouldn't be receiving them. Phone calls. There has to be a process set up,
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
which can be discussed.
That away, you want to pass those that away?
On 14,
Each taking one of the past.
on
Yes.
on the comparison cities, counties and towns that were used,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shelby
Take one and
stands
pass it
out
on.
as like 3 times our size, much larger. I'm curious why they're on there and maybe why Crawford and Carroll wouldn't be on our list as a more comparable comparison.
So I used the AIC listing of comparable sizes. I used your surrounding counties, and then I also used, I met with the department heads. Who are you getting employees from or losing to? And that would have been the,
Yeah, Shelby doesn't, they're 3 times our population, and I can't picture us drawing employees from there, and So I don't know why they would be, they're much bigger.
Well, I'm gonna just stop you right there. No one particular county or city on that survey is gonna drive this. Right.
You got enough?
There's too many numbers apparently.
Yeah, I'm just saying they seem like not a good comparable. Based on what you're describing, you're looking for there.
I can say something. Fellow county council members. Can we adopt this ordinance in the October meeting, regular meeting?
Of course, I want to see it.
This process beginning in 26.
Yeah.
To classify. for
Well, so we
classifications.
pass the ordinance. And then we've got the committee of us three. This is gonna require an enormous amount of time and energy on my behalf and the other two people. Period. So, first things first, I've got to go from being unconsciously incompetent to get to where I'm consciously confident with it in order for us to go through this whole process. We'll get you there.
Talking about the salary ordinance, is that what you're?
No, not what he.
Adopting the compensation
Yeah.
stuff, the compensation
The
system.
recommendation they just made.
Yeah.
Was he had given what I heard, if this is correct. You,
Just adopting the system.
the system, which you have the draft language. And what we're doing is we're consciously making a decision that we are now going to implement the system.
And that's just the system.
Right.
The money question is still.
Right, that's a different.
Right.
Right.
Is it a difference? That's one thing.
That's a diff, that's.
Can we do the system?
You're
without money?
adopting the FES system. in
This is the system.
Yes.
So we're getting rid of 1
Right.
through 35
Right,
and we're adopting LTC ABC,
right.
common
And this is-
ABC.
And that's exactly what we
Right.
didn't do when we had DMG do it in the 90s.
And I have no.
We tried doing it on our own. We cannot do this on our
I
own.
have no interest in putting forth an enormous amount of time and energy. Unless we adopt the system. Period.
Yeah.
If you don't want to adopt the system, that's fine, then I'm
Yeah.
off the committee and I don't want to be
No,
involved.
I think we need to do the system, but the question is in what order, right? Would it make sense? We don't have the numbers that go in the
No,
system.
no. You're
Can we use
adopting,
the system? Just
Yeah.
the structure.
it's the structure, it's the process, it's the methodology.
That probably triggers a required activity to put the numbers into that.
Because
system.
what,
Yeah, that's the next
Which is
step.
That would
the
be,
next.
you're done with that.
So first you would say we adopt it
correct.
and then we figure out how
Just
to
like you
use it.
adopted the job descriptions. Now they're classified.
Yeah, it's
So
counterintuitive.
it's all
Yeah.
just a baby step here.
It's like you said, if you adopt it, then figure out how to use it or play.
But that's gonna take a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a huge shift from where we've been in the past to where we're moving towards.
But if we adopt it and we hire somebody tomorrow, is that?
This is for 26.
Oh, it's for, well, I mean, so in 3 months, we hire somebody January 1.
Oh, yeah.
What it, like, is that even feasible?
But,
Yes, it is feasible.
yeah, and
Okay.
I want to step in here, because we have discussed this somewhat. I'm of the opinion, in my view, that we need to take our time, be very methodical with this, with the idea of implementing it for the 2027 budget. We do not implement this for 2026. Because the 2026 is going to be based off the current standard of where we are. So any new employees or anybody that hire to come in this year for 2026 will be hired in under the old system.
This is what I'm trying to get at.
Let's stop and look at the analysis first.
Yeah, that's what, I want to get all the cards on the table before we make
But
any
that's-
decision on it.
That's kind of major thing, so let's come back to it.
Yeah.
I'm just, well,
Yeah, we gotta figure that out.
Yeah. All right, so what you're looking at, your very top sheet is what we called your LTC, your labor, trades and crafts. This is going to show you. So this shows you where all of our LTC positions are now classified. We have taken those positions and split them into 4 classification levels, A, B, C, and D. They're separated by the black lines all the way across. Okay, each spreadsheet that you have is going to be set up in about this same format. So starting on the left, I've given you the department that we're talking about, the job title, the hire date of the employee. What was reported to me was as their 2025 work hours, what their new job classification would be, the FLSA status, their current, what you're paying them this year, their current 2025 base salary and the hourly rate. Then I've added on longevity, stipends, total compensation. So that first half of the left side all came from the county. That's what you're currently doing.
Total compensation minus overtime minus.
No, your total
stipends.
compensation is your base salary plus your longevity plus your stipends.
Does not include overtime.
No overtime included.
Gotcha.
All right, so the next to the right section that's marked internal analysis. So this is a regression of what those positions in LTCA, 1, 2, 3, 4, we have 6 of them, should be paid in order for there to be internal equity, which is $20 an hour. You currently have them anywhere from 1768.51 all the way up to 2122.07. So we're showing just in that LTCA range, we have some internal inequity. And we're saying to move them to make sure that everyone's paid at least $20 an hour.
And would you just say what is internal equity?
Internal equity is the worth of the job based on the factor points and what you are currently paying them.
Making them more balanced between the positions that have similar
Factor
functions.
points, current pay,
Mhm.
current pay.
Internally only. I'm not looking at anything external.
And that's 25, not what you're recommending they be in the future.
Correct. That's for this year.
It's-
This is 2025
That's a
information.
snapshot for right now.
Which is, I'm just real quick. Is that the point where we could, Jim, this is blend your recommendations in our 26 budget? Is this like a very important piece for us for 26?
It's an option.
It is an option. Okay, so there's at least a bridge there possibly. Okay.
Okay.
Internal is usually the first commitment to get our house in order first,
Yeah,
and then look at the external.
gotcha.
When you look at the external, let's say you kind of blew past internal. The external usually capture all of the internal problems, depending on what you do. But it's possible to use.
Even if, so considering our specific situation where we have possibly some variations that are outliers, you would still rely on this as accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now look, let it go ahead and finish.
Okay. Yeah.
Chart.
Okay. Your next section is when I bring in those external sources. Okay. So I'm comparing the factor points in LTCA to what those similar positions externally are making.
Other
And I'm
counties.
letting you know that your external midpoint hourly rate for your LTCA positions is $21,994 an hour, or a salary if they're working 2,080 hours, an external midpoint salary of $45,747.52. So if you want to be right on external market midpoint, that's the salary we should be looking. Okay. Your external low is 10% below that. And if you wanted to create an external high, you would go 10% above that. So the far right side is your cost analysis. What's your cost per position to first get them to the internal base? And you'll see on there, I have zeros. I don't have any negative numbers. We never recommend cutting salaries. We recommend maybe freezing it. We're making adjustments to those that are below.
You just, one more time.
Mhm.
Seems like we're trying to get to internal base. Would you re-describe that for me?
So internal base is internally what you're paying like positions. So equal pay, equal work internally. So the cost of the internal base per position. So for example, that jail cook at the very top line, it would take $4,815 additional to get them to the internal base.
Again, so we, in that category, cooks or maintenance staff, truck drivers and laborers.
Mhm.
So it's kind of like a I mean, truck drivers seems like a little bit more skilled, but than a basic.
So it's a laborer, non-CDL.
Oh, non-CDL.
Mhm.
If somebody jumps in the truck and runs down the road
Gotcha.
to pick up some
Non-CDL.
sticks.
Yeah,
Entry level,
entry level. Gotcha. Thank you.
okay?
One question about the zeros and not going negative. What does that actually do to those two highway positions? Does that keep them at 21, 22?
Yeah.
And then is there a process to implement a reduction in that at turnover?
No, so we don't recommend a reduction. We just simply say we're going to keep you at that 2207 per hour until we get everyone else caught up there and the external moves up.
Okay, so they're gonna freeze at 21, 22 until the
Mhm.
all
Yes.
others come up to that point.
Yes, till we catch everyone else up,
Okay,
okay?
Good.
Okay, can
Yeah.
I just make sure I'm on top of this?
Mhm.
Okay. We passed the ordinance.
Mhm.
Most important part of this ordinance is for the first time ever, we will have an objective scoring system for all of the positions. And what we have to do is we have to walk through every department, every position, score those positions. And the first step is to true up the internal compensation internally to make sure that we're objective, we're very fair-minded, and every position has been scored.
Every position has been scored.
that's what they
I've
did.
already
That's
scored.
what,
That's how they.
that's what this is, Jim.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay,
all
sorry.
right. So we have to go through that and basically take our total wage base
Mhm.
and make sure this wage base is in alignment. And we change things as needed to make sure everyone is, well, you've scored them
Mhm.
and we implement
Mhm.
this compensation to make sure everyone's trued up. Kind of a step one.
Mhm.
From there, now we've got to go out and look at the external factors
Mhm.
and say, okay, where are we with regards to outside?
Right, so what each of these spreadsheets is giving you is data for council to look at.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
what numbers can we afford? What can be our target
Right.
for 2026, 2027, whatever, because obviously this is a moving target.
Right.
As cost of living increases and salary.
The only thing I don't see on here is the scoring. But are we gonna get data on how you've scored these positions?
We'll give you explanations of why jobs are factored.
Right, because I mean, we need training
Great.
on how to score positions.
We'll try to make you experts on that, but right now, we need.
Right now, okay.
We
all right.
need to concentrate on.
That's fine, but keep in mind, I'm a big picture. top
I
down thinker.
understand. I understand.
So,
All right, good.
Jim, I'll tell you, there's a couple of options. Some counties, you have a committee, you look at it and you say, this didn't change, the answer is no. Without even knowing how to factor it. They say there's not enough changes, or, there's no changes to the job description. No, it doesn't need to bump up a level. Some counties will say, there's enough changes to it, we think it might, but the committee doesn't want to know how to factor it. They send it to me and they say, we need a third party to factor it, because I don't know the people that we're talking about here. It takes
Keep it objective.
keep it objective. You send it to me, the new revised definition, and that takes you completely out of even knowing
That's a fair argument.
how to factor it. That's an option.
Okay, all right, all right.
They've all been scored.
So for right now, they're
Yeah,
all
no,
scored.
I didn't know you
Yeah.
could score them.
Yeah.
These are what their
That's
new
what we call
classification
point
levels are.
factory score.
Yeah, I was assuming that we had to score.
No.
Okay.
All right, so if you go down to the bottom, so that's the way it is for all LTC positions. If
I
you
got a
go-
question though.
Yep,
One is, when you're comparing cost to internal base salary, and then you got like the $4,800 difference,
mhm.
but that's not actually the cost to what they're making, because they're making their 2025 total compensation. Maybe I missed something.
Yeah, so
Look at
the cost of the
$700.
internal, I only did the base to base.
Didn't wipe out longevity.
So the external, the very far right, I ran for you the cost to go to the external midpoint to their total salary. So if we were to wipe out longevity, we were to wipe out roll those stipends in, that longevity in, then what is it gonna take to get to the external midpoint from their total salary? That's what that far right
Which
line.
is really what our target should be.
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So the cost of all jobs to the external midpoint for all of these jobs in this labor, trades and craft is 49,888, which represents 5.1% increase over the current base pay for that whole group. That's what that represents. It would cost you.
Yeah, can I ask another question? May I?
Mm-hmm.
Just, I can make sure my math is correct. On this other document you handed out,
Page 15.
I went through, added up, added all the numbers up through here.
Mhm.
Is what it says, external midpoint.
Mhm.
And basically what that adds up to, as it tells me, is we need $670,000 in additional labor costs to true up this compensation system to the external midpoint.
826,000.
Well, I got 666,910.
826,343.
It's on this
Oh,
page.
There'll be another sheet in here.
Is that page in here?
Yep,
Yeah, we did that.
Oh, you did?
yep.
Thank you very much.
One note on the LTCs, the highway superintendent made a request to bring back an assistant mechanic position. That's why it's grayed out. It's just a request for a proposed position. So there is no salary information for it for this year. But that's where it would be classified if you bring it back. So that would be the recommended internal, external pay for it.
Thank you for adding that.
Okay,
Because we're having to go back and add it.
there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Questions on the layout or what we're looking at? The next one is our comment.
I'm sorry, can I ask one question, Lori?
Uh-huh.
I apologize. Just so I'm clear on it. What you're proposing as an external midpoint salary is only their base. And so if they want to give longevity pay for people who continue to stay with the county, longevity would be in addition.
In addition, yeah.
Okay.
But I thought when you score the position, that in that scoring, that seniority is in there.
No, this is just base
No.
pay.
No, because longevity brings in the person and I'm just looking at the position.
Thank you. All right.
All right, so the second sheet. Huh? So
Stipends,
our recommendation would be we wipe those stipends out. You can put that money into what the base salary is. That's gonna help you catch up that base salary.
In
Back.
26. Right? 26?
Yeah.
We're not talking 26.
Are we not?
Keep going.
We didn't talk, we didn't
We'll
work.
get through it,
Yeah.
we'll discuss 26.
Okay.
Yeah.
We could, you know.
our use of stipends has historically been putting Band-Aids on the
Uh-huh.
old crappy system. We had no way to address it without doing
Stipends.
pay grade
Yep. exactly.
increases.
Yep.
And to do that, we
Yeah.
open up the entire thing to everybody coming in and say, well, I want a pay grade increase.
Exactly.
And so it was Band-Aids on a crappy system. So
Yep.
I want to get rid of the crappy system.
Me too.
Me too.
Thank
Me too.
you very much.
Because she said earlier, those things that we've been giving stipends for are built into their job descriptions.
Which
for
I
the-
like that.
For the most,
So-
anyway.
You-
Let me
those-
give you an example.
They are
Give me
figured
a
into this.
2250 stipend for meetings. That's built in, there's no stipend.
Right.
I like that.
You have an employee in the assessor's office. Okay, I was told that all the assessing is done through contracts. The contractors then bring the data in. You are paying a deputy in the assessor's office a stipend
Mhm,
to enter that data.
that is true.
What is the function of that position if not to enter that data?
Are we talking about individuals now?
No, we're talking
I'm
about
talking about
job
position.
position. We're not
What is
talking
the
about
function
individuals.
of that position other than to enter data?
We're not talking about people. We're
Right.
simply
We're
talking
talking
about
about the
job
position. So
position.
that's why I'm saying we take that stipend out of there, roll that into the base salary
It's part of the position.
as part of the
Right.
position.
the only personal is longevity, stipend is
Yes.
job.
Yeah,
Right.
longevity is personal.
Well, I'm trying to wrap my head around that because if I'm hearing you right, it says that's probably not a valid stipend. So why would we roll it into the base salary?
You're already paying it
Because we're paying it.
and
Well, that
it's gonna
doesn't
help
mean
you
it's-
catch up.
Have been.
It's gonna help you catch up to that internal or external.
Yeah.
You're behind anyway, so.
What's up my, so
Yeah.
like, we're paying it may not be a really best practice, but the person is underpaid anyway,
Right.
including the stipend. So
We're-
it's kind of, we're not saying
Yeah,
it
we're
should be
saying-
included. It's just,
Right.
Just trying to catch it
Yeah.
up.
yeah,
Base to
it's,
base.
they're below anyway.
If you look at the numbers on that, that backs
Yeah.
up what,
Yes.
Yeah.
that backs
Right.
that
Yeah.
up.
Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're taking
So
the
your
term out.
comments are, it's laid out exactly the same way, except for here, we only have 3 levels. A, B, C. To go to the internal base is a 5.94% increase. To go to the external midpoint is a 14.42% increase. I'm on your comment spreadsheet.
Oh. Where are you?
This is something we moved.
Yeah, where'd we go?
We moved
Catch
to
us
the
up.
second
Second
spreadsheet.
page.
First one should be LTC, the second one should say comment, COMOT in the
Oh,
upper left
gotcha.
corner.
Yeah. I'm on.
Yeah,
Unless you
got it.
move forward and around and got things on. Yeah.
Or, yeah,
Okay, so now I'm in the black in the bottom right corner,
okay.
because the layout is all exactly the same. To go to the external midpoint, if we roll that, stipends and longevity in there, it's an 8.33% increase. Couple of things to point out on your comments. You have court reporters and chief court reporters in the comment Cs. So we are recommending $1 an hour more for those positions that are considered chief court reporters. So they're still within the range. They're just receiving additional for supervising the court reporters underneath.
Where is that?
Down the bottom.
They're in the comment Cs.
Oh, there it is. Never mind. No,
Okay.
I saw it.
Chief court reporters in circuit court. We have 2 of them.
I was looking at department, not job title.
Okay, so you'll see those numbers are off $1 an hour.
So you're pointing that out just because you've made a change
Just
there.
because I made a
Custom.
change, you're gonna see the numbers are a little different.
Okay.
And then in the comment A's, the commissioners, I've been working with them on developing a job description for a floater. That's in the comment A's, it's about the 3rd one down. We don't have anyone hired, it's a vacant position, but again, I inserted it in there so that you would see where it would be classified and what it would cost.
I think we did hire that person,
Okay,
didn't we?
Right there.
I thought I just saw it.
She works for the,
But she's still under the clerk's office.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's under the clerk's office.
I think they're gonna, move her.
okay,
And that job is somebody who maybe
Puts it
goes to
on.
other offices and fills in.
right. So it needs to own a bunch of little stuff just to fill in the gaps. It's not gonna have this huge wealth of knowledge for each department.
Right.
Although there is some value to having a variety of skills, right? I mean, it's
Mhm.
valuable. I like I like that
Absolutely.
idea. So, yeah, is there no compensation for that type of activity or, because it seems pretty valuable to the county, right?
Yeah, so the job description that was created, it classifies within that comp.
So
pay
you've done,
range.
okay,
I've done.
gotcha, thank you. Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, it's not gonna be somebody who goes down and takes over the executive,
Highly skilled.
executive,
Right,
or the,
Yeah.
for the chief deputy
right.
assessor
Right.
position.
But you
Right.
said, hey, this
Clerical-
person is,
Just
yeah,
clerical,
this person's
data
floating
entry.
between departments. They
Answering the
need a variety of
phone.
experience. There are points that are associated with that.
Yes.
That's been included.
Yeah.
It's all cool.
It's all
Thank you.
included.
Yep, great.
Okay, your next sheet is your PATs, professional, administrative, technological. These are the ones that typically have to have more of an education, a little higher, possibly a degree. Some of these are supervisory. Same layout as before. Again, to go to the internal base, 6.68%. Go to the external midpoint, 14.84%.
So if they're blanked out, that means they're already,
So the ones that don't have an hourly rate, those are your exempt employees. We're not
Mhm.
paying them an hourly rate, we're paying them their salary.
oh, yeah, duh, sorry. Mhm.
That's why those are blocked out. Any questions on Patch? The next one is the executives. These are typically our non-elected department heads. You may see a couple in there that, before I finish that, nope, these are, so these are your non-elected department heads. They're considered more of an executive. These, we don't run an internal on them, because they're all over the board. So our recommendation for these guys would be to go right to that external midpoint. We tend to recruit them a little more regionally than locally. So we want that salary to be up a little bit higher to attract the type of people we need for that position. Cost to the external midpoint is 28.01%.
No, so not, that's not far.
So where's the county council? I guess another point to make here,
Coming up.
you can look
They
at
don't
each
have
one of these
category
categories,
pieces.
if you treat them, you don't have to treat them all the same. So you can make adjustments to one, but you'd make the adjustments consistently on each one. So you could afford the low on one, but the midpoint in the other, if that's where you want to go. So this gives you a target, particularly these big numbers on the executives, to give you the target. So you can't afford to go to the midpoint, you may want to go to something lower,
Mhm.
but go at this, be consistent.
proportional,
All,
Yeah,
Right,
not
so
some high, some.
yeah.
everything based on the same percentage
Right.
proportionally.
right, so,
without-
you know, your
without
your
deviation.
execs are, they're up there pretty high to
Mhm.
get to the external midpoint for them. So we may need to look at going to the external low for them first, but, you know, the civilian polls, we say, but we can go to the external midpoint for them. So the recommendation is to do a consistency for the whole category. You know, not pick and choose those individuals
Right,
in the category,
right.
okay?
Phew. Holy cow.
Some would be frozen, some would go up.
And the question is.
Grossly underpaying everybody.
Well, not really. I mean, if you look at some.
So the recommendation is at least 2 years, I run for you a percentage movement so that I can tell you where the external midpoint is moving to. So that, you know, for 2027, I may say your execs are moving 2.3%. I recommend you move that 2.3%. And then every probably 4 to 5 years, we need to do this whole thing of what positions have moved, what positions need to be reclassed, and we do these spreadsheets all over again. But for every 1 year, 2 years, I can just give you a percentage to apply. You've got enough financial people in here that I can say the exact external midpoint goes up, whatever it is, and they apply those numbers for you and come up with your new numbers.
So on that annual basis, and if we don't adjust every category exactly, you can get us to
Yeah, you can buy.
where we are at,
Yeah, yeah,
in a 3-year period, we are
moving.
absolutely proportionally raised every category
Right.
equally.
Right.
Okay.
What is Wagner, Irwin and Shealy's, continuity? You guys are a small firm. And what do you have in place for the continuity of the business? Because in 4 or 5 years, a lot of the people sitting at this table will probably be gone. Who knows who will be at Wagner, Irwin and Shealy? I guess in my last thought is that we adopt this system. We implement this system. And my takeaway from what you commented is this system is, reasonable and customary, best practice type approach, right? So I'm assuming if something happens to WIS, the board changes here, that we shouldn't have an issue with being able to go out and find another firm that can help facilitate this process, an ongoing process. And is that a fair? Yeah.
Then let me kind of I think I know what you're saying and what you're talking about, it's a great point, is, and I think it's part of what happened with our 1 through 32 job classifications back in 19, whoever knows when.
19.
I think there was a range. I think it was lost. And so I think what Jim is talking about is if you are lost when you walk out the door, bus hits you, I hate to, but we want all of the data, all of the point scoring, all of the data. And I think we should record in our recorder's office critical portions of it so it is never lost. And it's recording time forever,
This is
right?
where I go back and have been arguing that we as a council establish a governing document with all our policies. And so this work here, there would be a specific section in that document.
System.
Speak specifically to this. So then when you get a new elected official comes on board, they get that bound document and it's mandatory that they go through and read it. If they don't understand it, then you mentor that person to make sure everybody's kind of always on the same page.
Onto the council in 20 years so that we're not having this same conversation in 20 years as well.
Right.
So-and-so died. Kent died. We never
Right.
got the rest of, we don't know. Now we're going to redo it. And we're just cussing you in 20 years, But I mean, we need to have that data, right? The data that you have compiled for us and the assessments of points. So that, and by the way, we can change consultants tomorrow. I mean, it doesn't have to be, right? And so we want to just maintain. it.
I understand perfectly what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what. There's no other consultant in Indiana who's done
Well,
more than we have, or.
It doesn't matter,
or-
but
It
yeah.
doesn't matter. I
Yeah.
mean, but there are other entities who have internal people who help maintain their systems. This isn't reliant upon whether we're around or not.
That's right. As long as we've got all the
There's
data,
a system in
then,
place.
yeah,
The main point is to memorialize the system and set
That's
up
right.
some procedures and rules and stick to them.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly
Now,
right.
keep me from sinning again. I mean.
That's right. Yeah. So
I
good
can't-
point.
Well, like I
Yeah.
said in the beginning, we can't make you do anything.
Yeah.
But here's the,
Yeah.
here's.
Yeah,
here's-
it's great. And so, yeah, let's keep
For us
rocking
to
here.
spend $50,000 and not adopt this, we could say.
Scott, it was set
Yeah,
1
so
through
the-
35.
It happens.
Council added the H for the highway because things were too low, those kinds of things. And we never followed through with future follow-ups so that we could do what we've been talking about doing with them.
I just think back in the day when when the classification system was put in, there was a range. It wasn't $1 amount for a class 14. It was a range that was somehow in there, and it's just been.
My question.
We never,
lost.
no,
You can have a
they
range.
never
You're talking
followed
about
up.
money again.
Yeah.
They never followed up
Right.
through
What
year
made
after
it
year,
wrong?
What
after 3
made it a
years.
range?
Huh?
What made that
Right.
range?
Was
What do
it
you-
arbitrary?
Right, what was the
Yeah.
definition of that range?
Yes.
Be experience, time on staff,
Where's-
knowledge, skills and abilities. And that is what has not been captured in our
Right.
records.
Right.
And that's why we are doing what we're doing. 'Cause
Right.
you can't, there's no other way to really do that, but it's gone and we don't want to repeat that error. Let's memorialize it and build on it over time. Yeah,
Okay.
we lost a few. Let's hang tight for a
Bear in
second.
mind,
Yeah.
this is an assistant.
Bathroom.
Right,
Yeah.
right, it's out
This is a public.
Right.
This,
Right.
It's not gonna have a choice. I
So
had
this
to.
isn't proprietary data.
No.
So you're gonna come back to your place to get a warranty?
Yeah,
File a warranty claims?
put in a public records request.
All right,
We
so-
lost Darren and Judy. And let's, Mr. President, should we take a 5-minute break? I hate to, but we lost some people here.
Yeah. It's a good idea.
So we'll take a break.
Bathroom
We
break,
thank Judy,
yeah.
Darren.
You gotta get a haircut.
I don't need to, but I do have to be out here
Okay.
by 12:30, so.
Make that quick, 5 minutes goes to 15.
You know what?
Adjournment?
I've had to hide
Sure,
4 level
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
columns.
And I
I
don't
had
need
4
one
more
because
columns. I
everyone else
thought there is
does.
absolutely no way without a magnifying glass.
With my
for everyone
trifold, I
having-
can barely work
I
at
can
it.
hold it over there for you.
Trust me, Jim will explain it.
There you go.
Oh.
Okay, how do we suppress this information, not that the employees see it?
Well,
Oh,
I have a argument.
I think we
about-
need to get it out, push it out.
Argue,
The opposite.
I
Yeah.
think it needs to
Push
actually
it out.
go into effect for next year.
Well, that's.
You have too many people that's worked really hard that are leaving after next year.
Ken, what's your take? You seem to be inclined towards that. Think we can put it in play that quick?
Should we wait for everybody to get, let's wait for everybody to get back.
It's just casual discussion.
I know, can you find the
So
money?
Susan,
Can you find the money for us to do that? Put it in play next year? Oh, okay. Oh, so you're not talking about money, okay.
Jerry,
That's why I didn't want Jerry to leave.
well, we can tell them what the figures are and tell them, go get it.
Yeah.
Now, Susan, when you say we change the salary ordinance regularly throughout the years, can we make a jump from our old to this, do you think? That's still feasible within that realm?
What?
I was gonna
You have
say.
a new salary ordinance every
If we
year.
put this into place and funded it,
No,
we
you
would
say
change salary ordinance.
within the years, the salary ordinance will change maybe a couple
Yeah,
times.
we can change it.
So can we take a jump from our old to this new and still that's feasible? I'm just asking.
I mean, I think you can, you have to have a start point. You have to establish a very firm date that this is going to happen.
Like January 1st.
Right, and right, like make it a quarter or a half year or something like that, so that it's easier for payroll to get it all input, and you've got to give enough lead time that they have enough time to get that in
They've
place.
pretty much done the work for us though, so it'll be easy to pay for January.
Well, we gotta find the money.
It's fun old, not for sissies, is it?
That's correct.
What you up to? It's a lot.
Well, the salary committee will find the money. Right, Patrick?
Say it again.
Never mind. Yeah,
Well, looks like we need about $1 million.
close.
Yeah, I guess we can get that from that convention money, right? I just, or the convention, or whatever you guys call that.
ABC.
Yeah. Feel better. 2 gallons of coffee had to go.
Mhm.
And I thought about just bringing coffee and dumping it and quit being the middleman.
We'll start bringing lunch to these things and coffee and.
You never will.
But to me, this all seems worthwhile.
I just tell you what the lunch is. A lot of us in here can't have red meat.
So technically, to implement this, all we would have to do is accept it, choose which our reference point, if we're gonna go to midpoint or low point or whatever, find the money and do it. It's basically
We're done here.
Yeah.
The ordinance first.
No, you did it.
Gary, you got it. We're done.
Salary ordinance sets a rate.
When you say the rate, when you.
I love your voice, by the way. I have a hearing deficit.
Me too.
I can really hear you well.
Excellent.
And I don't mean that as an insult.
No, I
mean
don't
that
take
as-
it as an insult because I am also.
It's a matter of funding.
Implement.
Right.
You have to cost it out, obviously. We've costed it. Pick one of
You
the-
can't hear and I can't see.
There you go.
A hell of a match.
I know.
So the council defines each.
I was gonna say, you also need to think about not all of these positions come out of the general fund,
Right.
right? Under,
Not all of them do.
Right.
so, like, you may have tax balances in some of these places where these people are getting paid that doesn't necessarily hit the general fund.
Correct.
Good idea.
So
That's all of our health department.
I'll read,
Well,
can we,
Anyway, it doesn't come out of the general fund.
Yeah, highway-
we're here,
Right.
okay.
Highway, health department,
Yes. Everybody else, they don't come out of the general fund.
solid waste.
Solid waste, yeah, we don't even pay solid waste.
Yeah.
So we don't
I
have,
don't even think they're even on here.
we don't necessarily have
Some
salary
of those
grades
things are
like
gonna have to
one
be
through
frozen.
35. What do we have?
You have
Yeah.
Thomas, Pat, Cole, LTC, SO,
That's
exact.
your salary.
So they just ride with that.
Line items.
Yeah, I just realized,
The other thing I,
solid waste was not on here.
I don't think,
I saw solid waste.
did I include
They
solid
give
waste?
us an exec
Yeah, no,
Well-
oil and water.
of solid waste.
No, I'm talking about.
Soil and
the-
water is included, but I don't think solid waste is
The actual employee positions.
soil and water.
They would own, we could
No solid waste.
probably figure out a way to classify them in with the, along the lines of the highway department, maybe?
I don't know. They're not anything I got any information on, so.
Okay.
All right, civilian polls. These are protective occupations, law enforcements that are not merit officers. Same exact format across the whole thing. To get them to the internal base, 5.73%. To get them to the external midpoint, 17.41%.
I, just as a kind of a core consideration here, just help me wrap my head around this. That amount,
Appreciate that.
17% to the
External midpoint.
external midpoint is 193,000.
Mhm.
That does not include a whole lot of expenses. Is that an accurate statement?
That is just base salary.
Just labor cost.
So you got retirement, taxes.
None of it.
So that's not a number we should be thinking is a comprehensive number of the actual cost because it's
Keep in mind,
much bigger,
Scott,
right?
keep in mind, you know, for like this page here, yeah, you got 200 grand, 193,000, right?
So what's the real number, Jim, on that? Like,
Well, you're gonna hit it probably 20%.
Yeah, it's,
But hang on a minute, we're already, you got the increase, right? We're already having, you know, we have to pay these other associated costs above and beyond that, right? And on this situation here, I would, you know, all of it, you know, everybody here, you know, this page here, you know, jailers are compensated out of the general fund. Sheriff deputies are all compensated out of the general fund. However, dispatch comes out of 911.
Right.
All right, so we've got to be very, you know, we've got to look at, the committee's gonna have to analyze the departments, the funding source, the increase, and then you go ahead and finish, but I would like, before we adjourn today, to try to hammer out how do we implement this? Okay, because we really got this, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is we've got a situation right now that we've got a specific department with a specific employee that they're requesting a substantial increase vis-a-vis a stipend. And so an issue we get into, how do we implement, you know, we passed that ordinance here in a couple of weeks. And how do we go about implementing
Yes,
this, okay? And that's because the other thing of it is what my concern is there's an enormous amount of work that Susan has to do with regards to the salary study or the salary ordinance, which right now that's based off the, the old system and 2025 compensation. So then how do we get into trying to transition into the new situation? And then the story problem is that I would assume the target is we want to try to get to this external midpoint is the target. So we've got to go in and analyze the cost, and then we got to figure out how much we're going to cash flow it. Because we're bumping, right now in general fund, we're right there, we're parity, expenses versus revenues. So we got to figure out how, if we implement it to the external midpoint, how do we cash flow it? How do we pay for it? And so that's going to be the challenge.
Can I answer, Jim?
But you
Not
can't cancel that until you go in and analyze the data.
Not everything's coming out of the general.
But 25 departments are, Julie. 25 departments.
Okay, okay,
So the big burden
okay.
is on.
Down,
the-
down.
Ease
Down.
up, ease up. It's okay.
Lord.
Yeah, yeah, you're
There's a
understanding.
couple of things that Billy Cole I want to point out. In 911 communications, you have part-time dispatchers that are PRN. We don't have a certain number of hours for them, but we're paying them $16.62 an hour, where our full-time dispatchers are paid $20 an hour. So
Okay.
our take on that is equal pay for equal work. So the hourly rate for a part-time dispatcher should be the same hourly rate as a full-time dispatcher. So that's why you're seeing that they're mixed in with those dispatchers, bringing them up to that $20.88 an hour. The other one to point out is you have a person who's a dispatcher that is also responsible for being the trainer of the new hires. We recommend paying them $1 an hour more for those trainer duties. So they're still within the range. It's not high enough to get them up in the same level as an assistant director, but they should still be compensated a little bit more for those trainers.
Now, do you have a methodology for separating that out? Where we've got the extra dollar? I mean,
Yeah, so when my team factors it, we say, well, it's still in that 400 to 495 point range, but it really is higher than its dispatcher. They are taking on a little bit more.
yeah,
So, $2,000 a year, which is what that $1 an hour more
Yeah.
is. Yeah,
Okay.
that's where that comes from. Okay,
So, okay.
merit poll. These are different because they don't have factor points attached to them. They are based on their rank. So merit poll A is a deputy or school resource officer. Merit poll B are the sergeant, detective sergeant. C is a lieutenant and D is a captain. The spreadsheet just shows what the external low and midpoint is. But the second sheet, the stapled sheet to it, is that option merit pay matrix, which we talked about. Year one is the external market. Probationary before they go to the academy is at that 90% of the external, and then it shows you what the percent increase is. So this,
Hold on one second. Where you at?
I'm on this
You're on
matrix.
this page, a point where you are. First year is what?
Year one,
Oh, I see at the bottom.
yeah. So that year one base salary, 66,689. If you look back on my external, that matches what the external midpoint is.
External midpoint.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And then I just went up by either 0.5% or 1% for, they wanted that built-in longevity since they don't have county longevity.
Not really merit, it's just calendar. Many years there.
Yes, but it only applies to merit officers.
it's a different merit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's merit officers, Gary, and until you get all that done, you're not a merit officer.
Right.
Oh, you're
Mhm.
training and everything.
Right,
Mhm.
so that's why you would be that probationary. It's a little lower. To get to the external midpoint, 10.21%. To get, if you decide to go with this matrix that they requested, it's 15.39% to get them onto the matrix.
Remind me why the internal isn't on this one.
There's no intern.
They're already
Oh,
aligned.
they're all exactly the same.
Yeah, their current base salary is the same for them. It goes up by rank.
Is that right, Sheriff?
Yep.
All the deputies are paid exactly the same? Okay, and that's part of the problem, right? Originally, you got a deputy with 20 years of experience and one with one.
Setting it up with the prosecutor, the way we did with the prosecutor, that's the way we did it, and we factored in the longevity with that. But yeah, so a 10-year deputy's making the same as a year one deputy.
You guys talk about that, and that was in the next page, right? You talk, so,
Minus any of the stipends that we have at the beginning of the year, if he's a trainer, if he's canine or
those are
military.
additional, yeah.
That's the only thing that separates.
So that second page, a 10-year officer, based on what they're saying, is 72,000, and a 1 year is 66. So you've kind of solved that major hiring problem,
Yeah.
right, with this matrix.
Yeah.
Where we pay people for their experience.
Yeah.
Good job. Thank you.
Question. Sorry. Think about that. You just said take people for their experience. Are you saying year 0 or year 1 through 20 is based on their work with Brown County? Or if they have 5 years in another county, they come in at 5 years here? Or is that something for the county to decide?
That is for the county to decide.
I think we want experience.
How are you
right?
gonna place them on the matrix?
We're compensating a
What are
20-year
you,
officer.
what are you counting?
I mean, that's worth a lot to the county in liability reduction.
Right.
Sheriff, I got a question.
You'll give
When-
credit for yours, put them on 5.
Do you bring people from other counties now? Do you hire people from other counties, just roll them in? How,
We don't bring people in from other counties.
It goes the other way.
Yeah.
okay.
And that's exactly what like Monroe County did with the 2 that they took from us last year.
Mhm.
They both had 7 years on, so they started out in their matrix as a 7-year deputy over there. So they started out, that's why they were like $18,000 more there starting out than they were making here.
And that's what I was trying to
Because they
figure
got
out.
their years of service from here to transfer over there.
Right.
And the only thing I'll say about this is starting an officer out at 60,000. I don't know that I can hire someone at 60,000, to be honest with you, that you take that much off of that first year to get them trained and everything,
Mhm.
that doesn't look appealing when I advertise that's the starting rate.
That's, non-ILEA, that's
Yeah.
coming in.
It still doesn't look appealing when everybody else is way above that, like 71, 72,000 on their starting salary. That's the only thing I'll say about that I don't know that
Kent, what do we do there?
I still feel like you start them out as basically year one and you just have to get the training. That's a big drop in salary to get somebody hired.
And Jim, I think, to your
Which
point,
significantly more than what we pay now though, correct?
a little bit, yes, 4,000.
Essentially,
Yeah.
no, I think right now our starting is 64,000.
Oh.
Jim, I mean, we know there's a little bit of, there's some critical areas of hiring need. And when public safety is involved, it's at the top of my priority list. We've known for years this is an issue. In terms of implementation for the council of these, like, this has got to be kind of towards the top, which in my mind, right? So that's kind of part of what we got to figure out is how do we phase this in based on high priority first,
Obviously,
you look at our-
just to play devil's
Yeah.
advocate with you on that, if you do that, then you're gonna have the other group of employees that, are gonna push back.
Well, we could say, look, this is a public safety issue, right? We got to kind of prioritize somehow.
And it depends on training.
What we can,
I guess,
66 now,
You got-
$60,559.29 is the base pay for deputy.
That's not, so that's like the base without
That's the base pay, yes,
Without the-
without anything else.
the
Right.
4 hours, the holiday, and all, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Lori, you have more you want to cover?
So let's move on to the SOs is the next one. So this one is positions in SO are different. So your formatting is a little different. The very top one is your chief deputies. You have 2 options for the council to look at for chief deputies. Option number 1 is to tie their salary to 80% of the elected officials' external average. Not what they're currently making right now, but what the external average shows. That's a 14.81% for those chief deputies.
Okay.
Your second option would be, what is the external midpoint for chief deputies? And that's actually 20.78%. Because some
Okay.
counties pay 85%, some counties pay, whatever, however. So two
This-
options for.
This is different.
Yeah.
I like that you're giving us guidance.
Mhm.
In any event, I think you want to tie your chief deputy salaries in some relationship to the elected.
Okay,
I agree.
because they assume the dues, right?
Yeah. they assume the
And also with an eye on the people that they're supervising in those offices, so that there's not pay compression.
Meaning,
So the chief
So-
deputy's salaries are set higher than the highest level comment. So that if they're supervising people,
These
They're getting compensated for.
politically appointed.
we're compensating for
Yeah.
doing that.
and so
people
your,
are at risk more than the others.
yeah, your system will keep us from doing that,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, we're trying to prevent that pay compression.
Right. I've seen that in terms of ranges and how we would do that. Is that somewhere else or?
So what you'll see is when you look at these individual sheets, for example, in the LTCs, the crew leaders are paid at a higher level than the equipment operators and the truck drivers that they would be supervising,
I
and we're
see.
keeping that compression.
So, and then I guess back to kind of what the sheriff's been dealing with one pay. And you've kind of split that out for the sheriff's merit deputies by years of experience.
Mhm.
But the other positions, and I'm trying to stay on course here, but we don't have that, if I'm seeing this right.
You don't have,
So if somebody has 20 years experience and 1 year and they're in the same department doing the same job, are they the
Sheriff
same
been-
or?
moving towards a matrix where it's set. Whereas other employees have enjoyed longevity pay just as an add-on,
Right.
but not as a step, as a matrix. The matrix is common just for that particular segment of police. Whereas all the other employees, longevity, the matrix is basically longevity.
Is that, and you're still saying, let's do longevity, and that would be the
That's how we're rewarding the employee.
experience?
Right, so what you're looking at in this system is the worth of the job without the person. Okay, what is the worth of a deputy in the treasurer's office? That position.
Right.
Then what is the worth of Scott? Well, that's where we pay the longevity on top of it.
Well, and so do you talk about that somewhere, guide us to what that longevity should be?
You have an established longevity?
Per year.
$100 a year though. That's not.
Double it, triple it, whatever.
Whatever.
Well, but we still have to, that should be a part of our competitive analysis, right? I mean, and it's part of it's been a major problem for the sheriff to hire deputies because there's one number. Quite frankly, it's the same problem we're having in our 1 to 32 category list. It's one pay range and a truck driver got 40 years experience or one, and we're paying them this exact same thing. So I think we gotta,
There's a point of no return too.
well, that's true, but we can't just pay everybody the same.
There's
regardless of
another
your
year of
experience.
breathing, that doesn't necessarily bring you more skill.
Don't the feds do this? I know that
Yeah.
like a full-time deputy US Marshal can only make a certain percentage of what a first-year senator would make. It's the same principle, correct?
Right.
So that keeps everybody up to date, everybody fair, and it's good to go,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Just for that particular position.
Yes.
Okay.
But if we implemented this in January 1, 2026, or 27, we still have more work to do to figure out how to actually, like, what those numbers.
Bunch of work.
But I mean, that's a critical
There's
piece
a lot of
here,
work.
right? I mean, aren't you gonna give us a range, I guess is my question? A range of pay per position? To keep
We
the,
get to, the idea is to get to a base rate. Not talking about the sheriff's guys right
yeah,
now.
right.
You get to a base rate, longevity is an add-on. It's just like think of it in terms of vacation time. The longer you stay, the more you get. It's an added benefit. It has nothing to do with performance. It's just experience. And people appreciate rewarding people who've been here
And the guy who's training a new hire ought to be making a little bit more than
Sure.
that guy that they're training based upon their longevity. One thing I just want to caution this group, and this comes from my hours of watching you on TV. Let's don't suffer from analysis paralysis.
Mhm.
So if we're just not analyzing this, we're
You can
saying that
analyze
one
it.
pay
You-
is good.
Yes, the cows come home.
Mhm.
Well,
But I think we've tried to get this data presented in such a way that you can take it and you can plug it in and cost it out and use it.
One more. If you go on if you want to.
Pardon me?
I mean, I still think we should be
Go
thinking,
on if
I
you
mean,
want
there's
to.
a
I
big
don't
missing
wanna-
piece there, you know.
If you need to say more.
And we've seen other councils do it. It's not like we're just making this up,
So they don't-
you know?
Okay, my concern is in the corporate world, your big part of your compensation is your benefits.
Hmm?
How does this relate to any of that or does it? Not total.
This
separate
is
issue.
the worth of the job.
Right.
Quote, but in corporate, they say, well, you get these benefits and that's part of your.
Well, and we can say that in addition to, you
Yeah.
also get
I
these
think we got
things.
pretty good benefits. Do we need
Yeah.
to adjust those many?
We've got your benefits.
Yeah, we have- There's pages to get through yet.
If we ever get there.
Right now.
Yeah.
We got a double A minus credit. We have absolutely no internal controls, no, very little in the way of policies. If we do have anything, we don't follow them. Our cash reserves are, are trending downwards if we're not careful because our expenses are going up. We've got this SB one, this new legislation that's gonna kick in 2028, which is going to affect our revenue side, right? We're paying out over 11 million. We got 8.2 million in current labor costs. We have another we're paying out over 11 million in total compensation. So that's everything. We're having to borrow short-term debt to pay for our capital improvements because we don't have any cash. I mean, we got 300,000 in the rainy day fund. So the story problem is, how do we implement this? Keep a lid on our expenses. Hopefully our revenues will exceed our expenses so we can build our cash reserves. Implement policies so that we can hopefully eventually get to a AAA credit rating and place the county in a position where we can stabilize our tax rates. And on top of that, not have to leverage up every 4 years for short-term debt to pay for capital improvements. Because it costs the taxpayers $1.1 million approximately to cover that short-term debt. So, and to me, right now, what's jumping out, if we've got this, Scott, going back to you, is we've got this FES approach, which I like, right? But the FES approach really doesn't cover, and I don't know if the term would be longevity or
Experience,
seniority.
KSAs.
Yeah, so you got, because one of the things, and this is kind of a biased opinion on my end, one of the things I've objected to, over the last couple of years is when I see someone that's been here 15 years, and I'll use dispatch for example, and you take a person in dispatch that's been here 15 years, making the very same amount of money that a brand new hire comes in, and who's mentoring that new person. So the seniority piece, but this FES approach does not cover seniority. And if I challenge with seniority, then gets back into cost of living adjustments. So if we're going to do a cost of living at COLA to stay pace with inflation, because these numbers in here, there's no COLA in here. So you've got the cost of living adjustments, then you get the seniority issue, then you got the employee benefits, and then the one last big issue that we're not even closely in a position even addressed is our staffing requirements.
That was one of my, while you're on that, did you look at any of the staffing requirements of the jobs as they are? Are they needed positions? There was no,
No
Okay.
efficiency then.
okay. That was a question I wanted to ask. So while that was brought up, I wanted to throw it out there. So we didn't have to revisit it.
So on the surface, to get this to that midpoint, that's step one, right? But then we've got these other things that we're gonna have to look at, and then, and then lastly is the 7 members on the council are the ones that have a statutory responsibility over this, not anyone else. So it is our responsibility, our sole responsibility as council members.
But the base of this is just to keep us out of lawsuits, set a policy, and that's it. And without all this other ancillary stuff we're trying to add in here at this meeting.
Absolutely.
And we could just move this along. I mean,
I think, I know you have the data, if you want to make a decision. It is, if you want to analyze it forever, you can. You
know the county in the black, yeah, that's my responsibility as council.
I understand that.
Okay,
I understand that perfectly.
good.
I have been doing this for a long, long time. I didn't get these gray hairs for nothing. But I'm telling you, other councils have been able to say, okay, we're gonna move the LTCs to the midpoint. That's the salary. We're gonna set it in the salary ordinance. And we're gonna find them, how much does it take to do that? Go to the comment, Pat, LTC, do the whole thing, you set it in your salary ordinance. That does not require rescoring jobs. That
Right.
does not require asking everybody in the county permission to do a salary for their job. It doesn't require anything else other than council stepping up to the plate and saying that. Is it going to be perfect? No.
Nope.
But there's going to be a built-in process for reviews. If somebody wants a review, that's fine. But let's don't make this any more complicated than it is.
Are
Absolutely.
you saying that what we have the ability to do is to have Susan put this FES, is this what you're referring to, in the salary ordinance?
What I'm saying, first of all, the ordinance that we gave Susan is to adopt the factor evaluation system.
Okay.
As we got it in place. That's all. That is all. It just establishes the levels and it establishes the term.
And we're gonna do that this month.
Yeah,
So that's done.
hopefully.
So that's step one.
that's step one as the classification.
Okay.
The pay is another,
You should
that's
have this in
next.
your.
How do we
Oh, it's
implement
part of
this to get to midpoint?
Thank you.
You take, we've done the work.
I know you have.
Take the jobs, take the salaries and plug it into your salary.
Hey, Jim. I should have let them finish. We hadn't gotten to this part yet. There's a range here if we want to pluck it from an external low to an external high.
There you go.
Like, it's not that we're overthinking it. It's not that we're overthinking it, Ken. It's that we needed the information to be able to determine what those ranges were. So Jim, it's in here. And you guys have already overthought it for us, apparently.
And here's-
We paid.
Like I said before, there are other
We also
pages
have
to
a
get to if we let them get to them. So, and we let them get to the
Yeah,
pages.
there you
they have to
go.
We've already paid them to do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's probation. I think it's fair on the SO page. As we know, the probation officer's salary is set by the Indiana Judicial Conference. So I didn't touch those. The state did not approve raises for 2026. The other thing you should know is that the Indiana Judicial Conference states once you set a pay higher than what the minimum is, you cannot lower it until it's vacated. So I put in here that the 2026 recommended salary for each of those probation officers is the same as it was last year, except for you have a probation officer juvenile that will be moving up in that longevity range that's set through the Indiana Judicial Conference. So that one's going to go up a little bit there. Okay? Your choice. The next section down, SO attorneys. Again, what is their total compensation? What is the external midpoint? 6.05% to get to that external midpoint. That bottom section are SO special occupations for some specific reason, whether it's the matron, the jail commander, the sheriff's chief deputy, those are all politically appointed. Your health officer works minimal hours and is typically a contract type position. Your coroner chief deputy, they're kind of hard to pull the external for because they're paid so differently. Some are paid just a minimal salary. Some of them are paid per call. So I gave you the external midpoint for chief deputy coroner, similar to the way you are paying your chief deputy coroner. So the external midpoint cost 11.17%.
Real quick, I may have missed this on the sheriff. We tied the sheriff's pay to the judge and then the chief, I think the chief deputy and deputy.
Yeah, they're all tied.
And you maintained that?
No, we wiped that out.
You wiped that out?
We wiped that out to do the matrix and the
Okay,
external.
okay, thank you.
All right, next sheet is the elected officials. It looks completely different than all the other sheets. This is just 100% raw data. Across the top is the Brown County, the top is the base salary, the second line is total compensation, whether they get stipends, longevity, whatever is the additional. Then I have listed out each county individually, given you the average and given you an external salary range. 10% below, 10% above that external average. Again, for council to decide, where are we, where do we want to be? What's the external looking like? Your next sheet is a cost summary analysis. So I have gone through and given you what the total base salaries are by job category, the total cost to the internal base, the percent increase, and then the total cost to the external midpoint and the percent increase. So the total to go to the external midpoint for all positions that have been classified, 826,343.
Yes. Oh, where, I don't know that I saw that.
The first 8.5 by 11.
Oh, here we
Right there.
go.
Okay. I don't have elected officials or SO probation because I don't know what you would want to do with them. So that number would be changed. The SO chief deputy is for the 80% of the external average.
Lori, on this, this is 2025 total base salaries, 5.8 million. How many employees are in that number?
Once they're on the sheet.
There were 180, the Excel spreadsheet that I emailed you, Lori, I believe had 180 employees in there as of June 30th.
I used the payroll sheet information that came from the auditor's office because it gave me the names and the hire dates and the job titles.
That's what I submitted to you as well. So is this every position? So
These totals represent what's on each one of these other sheets.
okay.
Elected officials.
Except for elected officials. There's 121 employees were included in the compensation study.
Okay, because there's a 2.2 delta. Which is actual. So.
But so that, would that be electeds and stuff? Is that,
Yeah,
explain that away?
It's not gonna make us $2.2 million delta, so.
And then
I'll have to figure it out, so.
Okay.
Because it's, if you got a $2.2 million delta from the guy that's in June 30th. Anyway, I'm getting.
In other words, Jim,
I'm
you're
getting in the
saying,
weeds. I'll do this later, so.
okay.
Your next stapled sheet is what you were asking about for pay ranges. And all this is again, it's that same external midpoint that's on each individual spreadsheet. External low is 10% below, external high is 10% above. Giving you an hourly rate. And then the base salary per how many hours they would be working.
So other counties, did that, our longevity, is that extremely low or is that comparable to other
It's comparable.
counties?
It's usually 100 to 300,
Okay,
if any. I mean, there's a lot of counties that aren't even giving it right now. That's one of the things they're cutting out.
what do they do then for that? Or do they just say, whether you're here 1 year or 20 years, you're all making the same base? Okay,
Well,
Or they've established a range and
okay.
they could be
Yeah.
some paid higher in the range.
you would
So
do
we-
one or the other. You
Yeah,
wouldn't
so
do-
we could do like, a matrix system like you presented for the sheriff's department.
Absolutely.
And we could do that with our take our base and deviate, 15% up or down.
Right.
And then
Mhm.
put that into a major.
With no longevity
Yeah.
because it's in the range.
Okay.
All right, your very last sheet is your benefit snapshot that was requested. Maximum number of paid leave days that an employee can earn. Next section is employer contribution and the far right is employee contribution. That retirement pension is pretty much a wash, 11.2 or, and then for the employee side, the 3 or the 3.2 in a couple spots. Gray sections means that the county did not provide that information to me. And that is just raw data snapshot.
We're actually on the low end of paid leave days.
You are.
Some places get 34,
One's got 38,
35,
38.
41.
That's crazy.
That's
Did they-
crazy, yes.
Did they maybe have so many days included?
And do we know we're talking apples and apples? Is that
We are
what you're saying?
talking apples and apples. I asked for vacation, sick person,
Wow.
maximum number of days that an employee could receive,
So
Excluding
not
holidays.
holidays. Yeah.
not holidays.
Wow.
Could that be one of those systems where they just put everything in, you get so much time
You
a
get
year?
PTO.
Okay, paid time,
Yeah.
so it's all in there, so that would justify what we're talking
Yeah.
about, yeah.
Paid leave, paid time
Yeah.
off.
We have PTO, but it's not paid, correct?
We
Right,
have
we have-
vacation, sick,
Personal.
fine.
Yeah, we have PTO, but it's unpaid.
Well,
Or do we have paid?
PTO is paid time off. So the-
Yeah,
Or-
say
no,
they
no,
got several
no, sorry.
thousand a year.
I used the wrong word. Family. FML.
FML, yeah.
Okay.
But that's a federal thing, so we can't
Right,
not offer that.
Yeah.
right. But there's some of that that's paid and some is not paid.
Correct.
Mr. President, that is already.
Thank you.
I was hoping for more documents, but.
I'm gonna come right across that table and poke you right around.
Yeah, here's, you
Look,
use
everyone wants-
two hands.
I told you I need that gavel.
I want to thank you both very
Yes,
much.
yeah,
I have been,
absolutely.
I've been on council for a decade and I've been wanting to get this since before I got on council. Well, I mean, it just like.
We've
this-
asked and
we have
asked and
needed
asked.
this Very much, and I thank you
Yeah.
very much for what you've done on this thing.
Yes, I think.
Yeah,
we feel
absolutely.
not to
We've been-
accept that.
Yeah, it's just.
Been asking and asking
Improvement.
finally. Yeah.
So I saw on your next step.
Raise those 35 levels.
On the very last page of this,
Mm-hmm.
I assume your consultant assistance is leading us to our next steps in some way, right?
We're a few steps away from that.
Are we? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I will develop a maintenance plan for you to discuss if you want to do it. So after we get all this implemented, after we have a personnel committee that will look at these reclasses, when these spreadsheets are let out to the loose, you're gonna have employees come to you and say, you put me in a comment, I need to be a PAT. I want to be reclassified to a PAT.
Okay.
That's when the maintenance plan needs to come in, because I'm gonna say, what is on the job description that I missed, kind of thing that makes you now have to be a PAT? Well, before I only need a high school diploma, now I need a bachelor's degree. Well, why? Kind of thing, justify to me why. That's where that maintenance stuff comes in, because I promise you, as soon as those numbers and those
That's
spreadsheets
why
are
it's
out.
important to adopt the system, have a foundation, and then you can respond to the question.
So with that said, we probably should not be giving these out to anybody today.
This is for camp.
This is. the-
Yeah.
Well, it's also,
I know.
Or internal use only.
it's also public,
It is.
I believe it.
I know.
but
I think I did too. I think the sheriff just got a copy of it.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
getting one. I'm getting one. He
okay,
needs to know. He needs to understand. I think our department heads do too. I mean,
Okay,
Yeah.
they need to
Alright.
see what we're talking about.
I was just reiterating what she had said. so-
Yeah, I mean, this is not a confidential document, completely public. Is there any reason why we wouldn't?
Yeah, because you haven't made any decisions with it yet.
Yeah, but I mean, our department
It's
heads,
a public.
don't we want them to kind of absorb it and you know, like the sheriff, I mean, they're all concerned, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I think it would be good to,
Okay,
It's
all
all
right.
good.
Well, I was just going off what she said.
The more
you know.
education, the better.
yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
At the
gotta-
same time, we're not telling them how to run their departments. Your job is setting salaries.
yeah.
But what we can't do is have this be, and everybody, that, oh, well, that's what's gonna happen. That's what, no, this is
Yeah.
not exactly
Right.
what's gonna
Exactly.
happen.
Right.
This is a baseline that we have to tweak and look at and punch
Yeah.
our own numbers into and find
Yes.
out what percentage of this we wanna,
What you
are
can.
able to do.
Yeah.
So that's what I want everybody to. be
It might
aware
go
of,
from
that-
40,000 to 70,000. Doesn't mean that that's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's
Right.
a guideline, that's a base.
Yeah,
There's
it doesn't
tweaking
say
that's
that.
gonna have to
either,
happen,
right?
so-
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so if they
Right.
get it and they can understand that, then, you know, that's
Right.
good.
Oh, this is excellent, very comprehensive.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
We just gotta do our job now.
Okay, now I've changed all our phone numbers
Good.
and I no longer have email.
That's funny.
I'm sorry.
That's
I'm no
good,
longer-
too. I like that. Smart thing to do.
Who would your second?
No, the only thing left is the back.
Just ordered lunch.
You're not
Oh,
getting-
geez.
Thanks, guys.
You ordered lunch?
I did. I don't understand most of it.
You'll get there.
Jim,
Just not.
You got
Oh,
me.
yeah, I do. I got
So are we all?
I got a minute and a half here, I think. I got a
Thank you.
good job and congratulations.
Here he goes. I think it's got a button over here.
Thank you.
Julie just ordered lunch, everybody know
I'm
that?
just having a cancel.
Oh, it is. You don't just shut it off.
You can do so. Just hoping you save the money to pay for this 800,000.
Huh, I don't know. Yo, how you doing?
That's a lot of numbers.
Huh?
That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah, just so big.
Fun and eating boogers, ain't it?
It is what it is.
Uh,
Analyze it till the cows.
No, they just canceled. We're just moving our meeting. So, okay. Thanks. That's okay.
All right.
That's
enough.
I don't know. Just trying to keep people on point.
Here's an extra perk just for you, dear.
Oh, thanks.
Now, see, you could take offense to that, Sarah. You saying I make a lot of hair. Isn't that what Mary?
Oh, shut up and sit down.
Wow.
They don't pay any attention.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
You collect that?
Look at the money I was gonna save on the general fund too. I mean, you're good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Calls. Guidance, but
Jim,
this data can be
did
taken.
we not forget something?
And I like to do a system. Johnson
Comptroller
County just.
or like
There's two women
person?
on council who, man, I.
Got scared, they ready?
Budget hearing, what you said, they're memorializing it, making it work. Furthermore, prosecutors.
Yeah.
Like I always say, Jim, cheer up. We'll soon be dead.
Right? What's wrong with him? Scott got us hit by a bus on the way back. There you go. Love it.
I think you guys get a great job.
Thank you.
I do.
Thank you.
I've been involved with a little of this in my
appreciate this
employment career. I think you're
beyond
great.
what I can say.
Thank
Hang
you.
in there.
There's a lot
Yeah, I
there.
will. I'll try.
Insert yourself more. I know it's tough.
Oh,
Absolutely.
man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sometimes well, actually, you probably heard me a few times.
There's a
If
lot
you really
there.
watch
Yeah.
this a lot, I've
There's a
lost
lot
my
there.
temper a few
Have to
times and said some things that ended up in the paper and I shouldn't do that. So I'm trying to learn,
Give
but
yourself-
sometimes I don't have the patience for this.
Well,
You just couldn't.
I found myself in there.
But my background, even though I was a cop 38 years, my background, I have a master's in business and a degree in healthcare administration. That's how I ran the medical department. So I understand some of this, and that was perfect. Overanalyze everything, everything. I don't know how much clearer you could have been. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yes. Well, it was there with every penny they paid, I think.
It's like, we cannot.
Why would
We've been
it,
trying,
Would be good.
why would it take them off?
because they're leaving, so they're.
Here, I think that was fruitful.
They're retired, so they're not. benefits.
After 26, they're.
Okay.
That's life.
That is life. That's what it is.
So we are.
My divorce literally
Yeah.
cost me $1 billion.
Thank you.
That's your fault.
I'm saying, that's life.
Did you not fight backwards?
Leave.